From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Okay, folks, I'm Guha Shankar. I'm here at the American Folklife Center, one of the folklife specialists, and I want to welcome all of you to the Symposium. It's going to be a great turnout, a great group of guests, and a fascinating topic. And I'm going to turn the podium over to the Head of Research and Programs, John Fenn, who'll do the welcome remarks, the official ones. In the meantime, what I wanted to do was to give you a sense of what the Symposium entails. As you know, 50 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King's last great unfinished social mass action, the Poor People's Campaign, was taking place here in Washington, D.C., on the Mall. And in order to tell you a little bit about what came before, we're actually going to start at the present and talk to you about, tell you a little bit about what's happening with the new Poor People's Campaign, which just launched over the course of the last year or so with actions across the country. It's been led by the Reverend William Barber, formerly of the NAACP, and the Reverend Dr. Liz Theo-Harris, who are both at the Kairos Institute, the Union Theological Seminary up in New York. And we're going to start with this brief framing video about the new Poor People's Campaign. Take it away, John.
We must be honest about the foundations of the political and economic systems we call America. I love America because of her potential, but I know that America will never even get close to being a more perfect nation until we are honest about the politics of rejection.
I want to tell you about some of the leaders who are building the Poor People's Campaign. Callie Greer from Selma, Alabama, who had to bury her daughter, Venus, because she didn't have health care.
I'm here today to share my daughter's Venus's story. Venus discovered a small lump in her breast and she wasn't insured. Venus had to be approved for every prescription and every piece of medical equipment that she needed. I'm standing here today in solidarity with the Poor People's Campaign because no one should have to bury their child in America because they don't have health care insurance.
I'm 46 years old. I've lived in poverty here in West Virginia every day of my life. And I'm working. I am a working poor with a bachelor's degree. I'm doing the best I can with what I have.
I'm a second-generation fast food worker, and I've experienced the cycle of poverty firsthand. Growing up, I watched my mother endure long hours of back-breaking labor, doing everything she could to feed me and my sisters. My employer barely pays me enough to pay rent and utilities, let alone with the medical expenses with my mother.
I worked 41 years in the coal mines. I have black lung, and it's just unfathomable what these poor coal miners have to go through in order to get what they have worked for and deserve.
I'm a Vietnam veteran. My only chance of going to college was joining the Army.
It was one thing to know that you didn't have water and you couldn't afford your water. It's a whole nother to find out that they shut off your entire community and none of you matter.
Being poor is not a sin. Poverty is a sin. Being homeless is not a sin. Homelessness is a sin.
That's right.
This is the largest encampment in Aberdeen. There's about 1,000 people in a town of 16,000 who are homeless.
In my community, we were all shut off for the day because none of us could afford our water bills. In the past, my family wasn't able to afford electricity in the winter. It was very hard on all of us.
When there are 38 million poor children, when 60% of African Americans are poor, when 65% of Latinx are poor, when 40% of Asians are poor, when there are 67 million poor white people, we must say, this is not right.
Our brothers and sisters are sleeping on the streets. For a country this rich to have so many people poor, it's immoral and it's wrong.
Our backs are against the wall and we got no choice but to push. Breaking news in Albany, where a large group of protesters have moved into the street.
Washington Avenue between City Hall and Lark Street closed down.
Protesters with the Poor People's Campaign of Indiana.
2 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 o'clock in the middle, 2 o'clock on the West Coast. A wave, and the historians tell us it's never happened before.
Our communities, Muslim communities, who have joined the Poor People's Campaign, you can count on us.
Our democracy is in trouble.
Our democracy is in trouble.
And we come to demand.
And we come to demand.
Second warning.
We are demanding that we stop the war on our poor.
This wall is wrong. It is sinful. $40 billion going into this wall, not into health care.
What we're trying to preserve and what we're trying to do is to protect the water, it's to protect the land, it's to protect the environment. I'm trying to get my generation involved.
We are in a fight for our lives. I will march, protest. I will plant my seeds in good ground. I will vote.
It's not about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. It's about the very soul and heart of this nation.
Good morning and welcome to Before and After 68, the Poor People's Campaign Then and Now. My name is John Fenn, and I am the Head of Research and Programs for the American Folklife Center here at the Library of Congress. On behalf of the entire staff, as well as staff at the Smithsonian Center for Folklife and Cultural Heritage and the DC Public Library who have assisted in planning this, I invite you to enjoy and engage the dynamic set of panel discussions today. As with the rest of our programming at the American Folklife Center, these sessions are being captured on video by the library's multimedia team for two purposes: to enrich our permanent collections and to serve patrons afar as webcasts. Once they are posted, the videos will be accessible to audiences beyond the walls of this room. As such, I ask you to please turn off or put on airplane mode your cellular device because they do interfere with the wireless microphones. Through these panels, we will be exploring the concept of documenting the now, with now oscillating between two poles, 1968 and 2018. 50 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and a cohort of collaborators launched an ambitious effort to bring attention to the plight of under-resourced and underrepresented communities across the country, the Poor People's Campaign. Social justice and advocacy intertwined with cultural programming and documentation during that campaign, especially here on the Mall in DC, resulting in rich collections held in the Library of Congress, as well as its sister institutions such as the Smithsonian Center for Folklife and Cultural Heritage and the DC Public Library Special Collections. What do these collections let us understand? What can we do with these materials? And what does it mean to steward them at public institutions? What do the materials tell us about the then and the now? In 1968, the PPC was part of a worldwide surge in social justice movements demanding human rights and focused on disrupting the normalization of poverty, racism, or other systems of exclusion that have shaped the middle of the 20th century on. Roughly a generation and a half later, today, we find ourselves in parallel environment wherein communities are coming together to raise visibility, resist exclusion, and demand change. Again, we see the intersection of social justice and cultural activity, of art and action, and the roles that cultural documentation holds in an era of social media and what scholar Richard Coyne refers to as the ubiquity of digital devices. As with the historical collections, we might ponder what the contemporaneous collections of documentation enable us to understand, illustrate, and narrate. In other words, what can we do as curators, reference specialists, academics, activists, or citizen scholars with the rich documentation being created in the moment? We designed this symposium as an opportunity for a cross-section of those involved in cultural movements in the resultant collections to engage in conversations with each other and with us. There will be two panels with a short break between them, and each participant on the panels will give remarks related to their own experience or engagement with 1968 and or 2018 before the panel moves into conversation mode. I'll briefly introduce the first panel of guests. More robust bios are on the handouts in front of you and or the website for this program. And I guess after I introduce you all, you can come up and take your labeled positions. Gordon Mantler is Associate Professor of Writing and of History and Director of Writing in the Disciplines at George Washington University. He specializes in the history and rhetoric of 20th century social justice movements, as well as oral history and the history of film. Dr. Leniel J. Henderson is Assistant Dean for Civic Engagement and International Affairs, Distinguished Professor of Public and International Affairs, and Senior Fellow with the William Donald Schaefer Center for Public Policy at the University of Baltimore. Mark Steiner is host of The Mark Steiner Show, currently airing on the Real News Network. He has spent his life working on issues of social justice, beginning as a civil rights organizer at age 14 and becoming a Maryland freedom writer at age 16. Maggie Gilmore is a librarian for DC Public Library and a 2018 MICA Fellow. This partnership between DC Public Library and Baltimore's Maryland Institute of College of Art teaches library staff about curatorial practice and connecting with communities through intentional arts programming. And finally, Nick Petter is a community organizer and curator with an MFA in curatorial practice. He is currently the DC Public Library Foundation Curatorial Fellow and coordinates the partnership between DCPL and the Maryland Institute College of Art. So please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage and be ready to ask questions and engage. Thank you very much.
No? We're good? Okay.
You gonna throw something at us?
Okay, I guess I'm supposed to start here. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Guha, for organizing this important symposium to think about the campaign 50 years ago and of course, the initial impact, I guess, in the late 60s and early 70s, and then, of course, what we're doing 50 years ago, or 50 years later here in 2018 with the new Poor People's Campaign and other actions, right? So I think that's important to think about all the activism that's occurred over the last few years, whether it's Black Lives Matter, Occupy, or Standing Rock, or other places like that, the Women's March. So Guha asked me to do some framing, I guess, initially of just some larger questions and sort of threads that both my book addresses, as well as just thinking about social justice organizing and coalition building more generally. He also asked us to think of to address why we care about this, right? Why do we care about this 50 years later? Especially as a scholar who wasn't born when the Poor People's Campaign was going on initially.
Don't rub it in.
So sorry. I missed it by a few years, right? I was basically training as a traditional civil rights historian at Duke University. I wrote a master's thesis on school desegregation in Florida, and that's kind of where I thought I would go. I would tell stories about African American activism and coalition with whites around making a more just society. But what was interesting to me and what intrigued me by soon after I moved to Durham, North Carolina, was the great unease that several generations of African American activists in that city, which had a rich tradition of activism, both working class through labor organizing, as well as a more of a elite middle class activism in Durham. The unease they had with the changing political dynamics in this city because of an influx of Latinos. And this is something that, of course, a phenomenon that happened in the 80s and 90s in the South in particular. And so I started thinking, well, what are the intersections between Latino activism and African American activism in the 60s? This is not something we're usually told. They're stories that are siloed in many ways, narratives that we talk about the Chicano movement or the war, the anti-war movement or the women's movement or civil rights. But what are the intersections between all of these things? And so that's how I got to the book that I ended up writing that focuses not just on the Poor People's Campaign, although that's the core of it, Black-Brown coalition building more generally. The opportunities there, the potential, but also the obstacles to that kind of organizing. Cesar Chavez and Martin Luther King Jr. often talked about in the same breath, but they never met. They interacted a couple times through Telegram in support of each other, but they were supposed to meet in March of 1968 which was canceled because of the fast, the famous fast, of course, that Cesar Chavez had, and he was recovering in March, as well as a cancellation by Dr. King, who ended up going to Memphis instead in mid-March of '68. So that's how I came to the campaign first. And because the campaign was not just black and white, it was Mexican American and Puerto Rican and Native American, even Asian American. And that was not how the story had often been told. It really was a story that had been told really as a black civil rights campaign and something that didn't really work. Partially because, mostly because Dr. King had been assassinated. So there are several arguments I make in the book. I'll just go through them very quickly as part of the framing. One was that the campaign's worth exploring. This is something that's worth rehabilitating to talk about. It may not have been some grand success. Those who do write about it talk about it in terms of failure, and I'll get to that in a moment, because it didn't achieve its main goal, which is a rededication of the war on poverty by the federal government, which was declared in '64, but never really fought, never really funded the way it was supposed to be. Most of those resources, of course, so many resources were devoted instead to the Vietnam War, which was, of course, part of linking poverty and war, that you can't fight the war on poverty if you're fighting this war overseas. And some of those goals that were part of that rededication of the war on poverty that were called for was a large-scale jobs program, investing in income maintenance for those who didn't have jobs but were working perhaps for something other than wages, and other kinds of solutions to poverty. There were a few policy wins, small policy wins, that I'll address briefly. Another argument that I make, and it's important to recall, is that economic justice is always central to the civil rights movement and to the freedom struggle. It wasn't just about voting rights, as important as that was. It wasn't just about desegregating public accommodations like lunch counters. As Ella Baker says, and I'll paraphrase her, you can't, what's the point of desegregating a lunch counter and being able to sit there if you can't afford the Coke or the hamburger that you can get there? It was really about expanding educational and economic opportunity and being able to, a chance to make a living and take care of your family and be respected in the work that you do. That's why King goes to Memphis in the first place. The sanitation strike that started in early February of '68 epitomized the Poor People's Campaign and everything that he was trying to do with it. His aides said, don't go, it's a distraction, and he insisted on going because it was, how could he turn his back on that and on these men? So as I said, one of the primary sort of goals of the campaign was jobs or income. That was the slogan, a federal jobs program or income maintenance. But the Chicano activists there had other solutions to poverty that were around land, control of land, culture, and respect for their culture and integration of that culture in school curriculum. The Native Americans were interested in land as well and having autonomy from the federal government, but also being respected and having their fishing rights, for instance, respected, which is interesting. The Supreme Court just had a ruling earlier this week about fishing rights again. This continues to be an issue about whether or not natives can do what treaties that they agreed to in the middle of the 19th century, are they allowed to do that, or are state authorities and federal authorities going to violate those treaties? As Appalachian whites also emphasize land, often around environmental degradation. Before we think about an environmental movement being as robust as it is today, that was something that they were talking about. So it wasn't just jobs or income, but you ended up having a wide range of demands and solutions to poverty that people brought to Washington. Another argument is just about the nature of coalition. And its relation to identity. We often use the term identity politics, and it's used in the public sort of lexicon in a negative way. And I would argue that no, I mean, you pretty much have to identify with a group or be part of a group to be able to go into coalition in the first place. So perhaps this is these are not opposing ideas of identity and coalition, but they actually support each other. And so, for example, the Chicano activists who come from Los Angeles and Albuquerque and Denver in 1968 come to Washington, and they meet other Chicanos, but they also interact with Native Americans, African Americans, and whites from the West and elsewhere. And what they realize is that it helps them sort of grow in sophistication in the analysis that they bring to their own lives, whether it's not just about race and ethnicity, but also class and gender and region and generation and age. And so many of those folks go back, and it ends up the effort, the opportunity to go and coalesce and work with other people, ended up strengthening their own movement. All the Chicano activists that I did oral histories with for my book, they all pointed to the Poor People's Campaign and said that was an important, instrumental moment for them to work with, to when they went home and continued organizing at home. The last argument I would say is just to suggest that social movements, we need to think about social justice movements in a slightly different way. The success and failure is not a great way to think about them in the first place. If we're checking, and I read the Post every day, I live here, and they always have these winners and losers, articles about who won, who lost in a particular political moment. And I read it, but I always think, that's just not a productive way to think about life, probably, but certainly social movements. Because just because a policy goal hasn't been achieved doesn't mean something hasn't been achieved in the process, right? So for many folks that went to Washington in '68, they may not have been able, Chicanos didn't get the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which ended the Mexican War, reopened and renegotiated. That didn't happen. What did happen is that they built relationships with people that they didn't otherwise know. They found common cause and commonalities with white Appalachian activists and disabled coal miners who were interested in some of the same issues that they did, and Native Americans as well from other parts of the West. So they built relationships with each other that they wouldn't otherwise have. There were some small policy wins, usually, mostly around hunger, greater food distribution of surplus commodities in the 100 poorest counties in the country. Food stamps became cheaper. Income maintenance or guaranteed annual income becomes more of an issue that's on the table. Even the Nixon administration in '69 and '70 seriously considers whether or not that is an option, and that's a way to address the loss of jobs because of automation. And so there are some things that do occur on the policy side, but I would argue that it's not just about policy and wins and losses, but there's about some other things going on. I also say that many people that went to Washington were inspired by their experience and then came home and ran for office. Reyes Tijerina runs for governor in New Mexico. Many other people, Peggy Terry in Chicago, Flo Ware in Seattle, go home and run for office, say, well, maybe electoral politics has to be part of this. It shouldn't be all of it, and that's the argument of my second book, is that electoral politics is not a silver bullet either, but that maybe both things are actually part of the mix. So I'll end with just a few sort of broader questions, I guess, and things to think about. The biggest one to me, again, is why should we care, right? I mean, I'm a historian. I write about things that I think are important to not just understand the past, but understand today. That's why historians do what we do. That's why we do what we do. So, why should we care about this moment? What are the lessons that we can learn from '68 and '69 and '70 and onward for organizing today? This is not 1968. We don't have the same kind of administration, the same kind of Congress, even the same kinds of ways of communicating with each other, right? Social media is both a blessing and a curse. And so So what can we make of, what sense can we make of that? Another important one, and one I wish I dealt with more in my book, and I think a lot of the folks on the panel here and the next panel will talk about it a lot more, is this the role of culture. I dabble with culture and talk about it a little bit, but I think a more robust discussion of, is it a barrier, a bridge, both? What role does culture play in bringing people together, and how do we translate that into a politics? Culture is politics, but into the policy-making sort of realm. And lastly, what do we make of the relationship between coalition and identity? You know, is identity politics like a negative thing? I don't think it is. I think it's actually very healthy, because I think it leads to other, eventually it leads to coalition inherently. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gordon. Leniel Henderson, and I think I had a PowerPoint somewhere, but didn't come up. Okay, all right, so I'll wing it. Okay, thank you very much. I think the inspiration for our participation in the Poor People's Campaign came from Martin Luther King himself, who came to the University of California at Berkeley, where I was in school as an undergraduate, and he came specifically to recruit some people for this campaign. And we were impressed by the fact that he was so short. We expected a James Earl Jones sized guy, and that he was a brilliant theologian and tactician, but he also was a brilliant pool player. He beat us to death in pool, and he used that to recruit young men to his church. He said, if I beat you at pool, you got to come to church, and we're going to put a suit on you and put you up front. So he was the stimulus, and this is October of 1967. And several months earlier, he'd given his famous address at the Riverside Church opposing the war, an address that was actually written by Vincent Harding. But he too, just to underscore what Gordon mentioned his connection between our protests against the war, specifically the Vietnam War, and conscription and poverty. He also pointed out that the poverty program, which had been enacted in 1964, under the mantle of Economic Opportunity Act, actually was opposed by most mayors, white mayors in particular, around the country, and they got it amended in 1967 so that it actually weakened the maximum feasible participation provision, which required 1/3 of the poor to be on the boards of these community action agencies. And it was underfunded, of course, and so he wanted to bring to America's attention the fact that they had a choice going into 1968 and a presidential election to choose a different path for America than they had been choosing before. He also was concerned about the lack of focus in the Black Power movement on poverty. It was on power, but not necessarily on poverty. And that was kind of ironic because part of his reason for coming to Berkeley was to recruit young people who he felt had to replenish the aging generation, the previous generation in the civil rights movement and the Poor People's Campaign. And so part of his purpose was to bring some young souls there. And through the auspices of a professor on the Berkeley campus, we got some money from the university itself to send 34 of us to the Poor People's Campaign. We went by Greyhound bus. We decided that we would go 2 months or 3 months before the campaign actually started to see how these things come together. So we actually started traveling in March of '68. And I diverted to New Orleans to see my relatives where I was born. And of course, on April 4th, Martin Luther King was assassinated. So my next act was to get on the Greyhound bus and to proceed to Washington, D.C. And when I got there, you could see the flames and the smoke from all of the activity and the rioting that was taking place in the city. We should also remember, and then this year, in 1968, as Gordon has pointed out, we had 2 civil rights acts enacted, one immediately after King's assassination, and that was the Fair Housing Act, and the other was the Indian Civil Rights Act, which covered the rights of indigenous people when they were not on reservations. Those 2 were enacted. We also had a major Supreme Court decision in the case of Green versus the New Kent County, Virginia Board of Education, which rejected the freedom of choice plan of the Board of Education. We just had a seminar on that recently, and I mention it because King always made the connection in policies and strategies between poverty, housing, education, healthcare. He said you couldn't just look at the one lens. You have to look at how these multiple lenses produce poverty. And he also emphasized that the federal government was complicit in a lot of the racial segregation and poverty that we were witnessing, because all of the housing laws up to that point, especially public housing laws, had allowed local communities through their housing authorities to enforce racial segregation in housing. And then when we developed the FHA program, it was mostly blue collar and middle class white people fleeing to the perimeter of the city or the suburbs, and very few black people actually participated in the FHA program in its early stages, which reinforced this city-suburban racial segregation. The other thing about 1968 that I want to emphasize, and my colleague Maria will probably deal with in her presentation, is the role of Washington, D.C. itself in the Poor People's Campaign. This is 5 years before Home Rule. And yet, the faith community in Washington, D.C., the educational community in Washington, D.C., Howard University, and a number of other key black institutions are very active in supporting the Poor People's Campaign. They have students going there. As my brother Mark will talk about, there was actually a university center there, which was to coordinate the activities of HBCUs, who sent hundreds of students to the Poor People's Campaign, and majority institutions like the one I attended. They weren't just there to be interns, they actually did work. And they had to have badges and they had to have identification. So this was important as a part of our socialization experience, as important as any course we took at the university. And combined with my mother and father's activism in San Francisco against segregation and against poverty, it was part of our inspiration to get to people who were younger than we were, to get involved in the issues of eradication of poverty, et cetera. King was very astute. He said, look, some of the worst segregation I've seen, some of the worst poverty I've seen is down the street or around the corner from major university campuses in university towns, like Berkeley. And he was absolutely right. 2 blocks from the campus was McKinley High School, where they dumped all of the undesirable students at the high school level, and they were mostly black. And so, no, I went there to teach, actually. I went there to teach.
That's teasing.
When we came back from the Poor People's Campaign, we decided that one of our legacies would be to work on something called the McKinley Project, which is to work with those students at that school. And so there are many, many multiple legacies, as Gordon has pointed out here. And one of them is not only policy, but all the movements that respond by the Poor People's Campaign. I remember a very young Marion Wright Edelman, just out of Yale Law School, just passed the bar, Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights right over there on Jefferson Place, and she was getting involved in the Poor People's Campaign, supporting their work, and of course now she is the iconic leader of the Children's Defense Fund. And I can name about 15 or 20 different organizations that grew directly out of the involvement of those individuals in the Poor People's Campaign. So the links between 1968 and now are tangible, they're strong, and they're continuing. And I'm really delighted to see under the new leadership of our 2 reverends here, the new Poor People's Campaign, and I urge all of us to support it.
Yes. I'm Mark Steiner. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll make this brief as well. And thank you, sir. I was asked to talk about how I got involved and what that moment was like, so to hit those 2 things. So in 1968, I had already been involved in the civil rights movement for 9 years, in the movement for 9 years. I walked my first picket line when I was 13. At 15, I was arrested and beaten really badly by the police in Cambridge, Maryland, when I was working with Gloria Richardson in CNAC. And so I joined the anti-war movement. Was a big part of that, was part of the underground of that movement, making false identities for people to get them out of the country, to Canada and Sweden, who were GIs or people dodging the draft, not dodging, refusing to serve in Vietnam. And I was drafted in '67. So there was, so that at any rate, that was my background immediately. And so I was in the movement. In '68, January '68, I was in Cuba. And when I got back from Cuba, I was with the Students for Democratic Society. I got back from Cuba. I kind of broke with a lot of my brothers and sisters at SDS at that point because they wanted to overthrow the government, which we all wanted to do back then, and blow up buildings. I said, no, we need to organize among the poor, then we can blow up buildings and overthrow the government. And so, because we, at that moment in '68, if you were in the middle of things, we had a sense that a revolution was going on. And we actually thought revolution was going to happen. Here, when you saw what was happening in West Africa, what was happening all through Latin America, in Cuba, the Vietnamese resistance to the Americans, all that combined, people really thought that we were in this moment. And so that was very real for people. So, but I left because I also had relations with the folks who became the Young Patriots in Chicago. And the Young Patriots were an Appalachian white group of people, Peggy Terry, Doug Youngblood, and others, in Chicago. They came mostly from Appalachia, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, the southern parts of the Appalachian Mountains, and lived in Chicago in the uptown neighborhood. And they were what they organized was tantamount to the white version of the Black Panther Party, which is the Young Patriot Party. And so when I came back from Cuba, and I had already been hanging out with these guys a lot, and I loved Peggy Terry, and she was like a mother to me, and Doug, and her son Doug, who had been in the Klan, as was Peggy's father, and he'd done 6 years in Alabama State Prison for manslaughter, and was what we called back in the day one of the great hillbilly poets, and was until he passed away. And we set about working with the Poor People's Campaign to organize poor white communities to join the Poor People's Campaign. So we lived in the city. I lived in Washington at that time. I had an apartment on P Street, as I said to somebody earlier, it was $90 a month. It became one of the rest centers for the people in the movement, the Poor People's Campaign. But so we organized all through Chicago, Ohio, Appalachia, getting people to come in to be part of the Poor People's Campaign. And think about this, given what we're doing with monuments now, which I don't disagree with, Confederate monuments I'm talking about, that the patch that the Young Patriots wore was a Dixie flag with a fist on the dungaree jackets and leather jackets. We flew the Dixie flag in Resurrection City in our encampment. And it was very complex, but we did. And so that movement continued after we left in '68 and kept on organizing in Chicago and kept on organizing around. And one of the things I think is, well, I'll get to this, that in a minute. But so the place itself, let me give a little piece of history here I think is important. That I didn't learn until later, because when King died, we were all deeply affected, though I was part of the movement with Gloria Richardson in Cambridge and later in other places that didn't want King to come. We said, we got this, we don't need you here. There was a real split in many ways. And it was until after he was assassinated and I began to realize his speech at Riverside that took place that I had read and knew about, and all the other things were going on connected with the anti-war movement, King began to change and evolve as well. And so when King's assassination, well, let me take a step back first. So you mentioned Marion Wright, then Marion Wright, now Marion Wright Edelman. So when Peter Edelman and Bobby Kennedy went to Mississippi, and all through the poor areas of America, they met Marion Wright. And Marion Wright and Peter, that's where they fell in love, and they went to visit Bobby Kennedy one day in Washington, D.C. And he was swimming in his swimming pool, apparently, after they had breakfast. And he stopped and said, what we need is a poor people's movement in America to take over Washington. And Marion Wright said, that's a brilliant idea. The next day, she was supposed to have a meeting with Martin Luther King. She did. And he said to King, this is what Bobby Kennedy said. And King went, that's what we're going to do. That's where it started. Most people don't realize that. And I've been thinking a lot about what it would have meant if Bobby Kennedy was not assassinated, even though he was not my favorite person at the time, I've come to respect him since, to understand also how he evolved and who he became before he was assassinated and taken from us. And King and Bobby Kennedy started becoming close before King was assassinated. So just imagine if Kennedy was elected president of the United States and his closest confidant was Martin Luther King. So for me, that's a lesson about what we should be thinking about today, not what could have been, but what we can build now, right? So going back to the camp. So I lived in Resurrection City, and Resurrection City was a mess. It was disorganized and chaotic. There's no question about it. And I didn't think about this till I interviewed Maria Varela for the African American Museum for the Poor People's exhibit here. And Maria was a Latina woman, Chicano, from Chicago, who was in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the South for like 6 years. She lived in the midst of that, the war in the South, because it was a war. And she said to me that when you think about it, the men around King were suffering from post-traumatic stress. We all were in the Civil Rights Movement. Anybody who lived through the Civil Rights Movement suffered from that because you didn't know if you were going to live or die every day. And you were beaten severely by police. It was not a joke. And so they saw the man who was their leader gunned down in front of them, bleeding to death on a balcony. And then they took up the mantle to try to create Resurrection City and the Poor People's Campaign. King's idea for that campaign was there should have been mass civil disobedience all through Washington. Take over the city and shut it down, that was his idea. So it was a very chaotic time. So the camp itself was a mess. I mean, to live in the mud and everything else. But it's like Jean Theo Harris said, I love the title of something, the title for a book, which is, let me get this right because I just love it. Right. It was terrible and beautiful, the Civil Rights Movement, because it was terrible and beautiful, as the movement always is. And so, like when the Latinos arrived from the West Coast, there was no place for them in Resurrection City. So they moved to Hawthorne School, which is where they lived. The Latinos and some black folks, some white folks, and some Native folks lived there. And the Native contingents came. They ended up in Episcopal housing, and did not really live. Most of them did not live in Resurrection City, which is mostly blacks and whites, and Puerto Ricans. So it was a very
and some Native Americans.
Some Native Americans, but most of them were in the Episcopal house. Yeah. And so I'm just saying that so there was the real separate things were going on, and it wasn't coordinated well at all. As a matter of fact, there was a time when we actually stormed into the hotel where Abernathy and those folks were staying. You were there. So we stormed into the hotel.
Good steak.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we're eating, we're in the mud eating beans, and they're up there eating steak. And so we surrounded Abernathy and those guys, and what the hell what is this, man? You're eating steak and we're in the mud? You need to get the hell out of here and come back in the mud.
That's right.
So we were pissed.
Yeah.
And so there were all kinds of divides taking place. So having said that, though, there was a beauty in the spot. The beauty had to do with the people themselves, the interaction between the organizers and poor people, the interactions and the music. I mean, whether your soundtrack was soul music, whether your soundtrack was country music, whether your soundtrack was rock, whatever your soundtrack was, there was a power and beauty to what that was, and we played it, and we danced, and we ate together, and we hung out together, and there was a real communion going on. There was power and beauty in what was going on. And when people left Resurrection City, almost everybody, as Gordon was alluding to, ended up going back home to organize. Mm-hmm. So even if they didn't happen, even if the goals were not met, 500,000 new houses to be built until poverty was ended, $35 billion should be invested in ending poverty in America every year until it was ended, guaranteed income, or a job or guaranteed income. Those are some of the demands that came out of King, that came out of the Resurrection City and the Poor People's Campaign. Even though they weren't met, people went home and they organized and began to organize in their communities, building a movement. And people came back and became Panthers, and they came back and they became organizers in Chicago, in San Francisco, in Mississippi, everywhere. So there was a power in that as well. And I think there are lessons now, I'll quote 30 seconds here, that there's lessons for us now in 2018. What the new Poor People's Campaign is doing is really important. The difference between today and then is what made the Poor People's Campaign work, what made Resurrection City happen, was because it came out of people who were actually organizing in communities. So we were organizing in poor white communities. People were organizing on the res. People were organizing in the barrio. People were organizing in the ghetto, as we called our places back then. And that's what it came, and that's how that, and that has to happen now if there's real change. Because when we see these numbers that came up earlier in this film about how many poor people in America, close to double that number. We use numbers to define poverty that were created in the 1960s to define what poverty means. Poverty means something much different now. There are more people in poverty now than those numbers that we saw. America is on the edge. People are on the edge. It's going to take organizing to pull people together to make that change. And we can learn that from our experiences back then. And that's what young people are doing. So, thank you. Yeah. This? Yeah.
Great. Okay. So I'm going to try and give a broad but brief overview of what how we've approached this history at the public library this past year. I want to start by just saying that I'm a co-founder of Oak Hill Center for Education and Culture in Baltimore. We're located in East Baltimore. It's a cultural center and social movement school, and most of what our work is focused on is the role of arts and culture and political education in movement organizing. So myself and my collaborators there have been involved in conversations around relaunching the Poor People's Campaign for a number of years. So coming to the DC Public Library this past year and being presented with the question of how the library could celebrate the 50th anniversary of 1968 was kind of a unique opportunity, right? So one of the first questions that kind of popped up in my mind was, what are the public library's values, and how can it contribute to a national dialogue and debate around what our values are as a nation, right? So the People's University Project is, it came out of conversations with the Library Foundation, and we set out to accomplish a few things initially. The Martin Luther King Jr. Library is closed for renovations until 2020. So we wanted to uplift and increase visibility of programming and services at smaller neighborhood branches, utilize library collections and complementary collections of partner institutions to connect this history to the context of today, right? Emphasize the library's commitment to the legacy of Dr. King and his work, and put the library forward as not solely a repository for information, but a potential site for cultural production as well. So the focus on the Poor People's Campaign became kind of an obvious direction to go, but then the big question was, how do we do that? I mean, this history is so big. Just listening to the stories here, I mean, there's so much to it. So we looked a lot at this idea of cultural production and thought, well, how about we focus on cultural aspects of the campaign and Resurrection City. The three that we identified to work with were Poor People's University, which was a political education university project that Resurrection City adopted. The Many Races Soul Center, which I'm going to explain more here shortly, and the Hunger Wall mural. And the Hunger Wall mural was a large mural in Resurrection City, where it kind of became like a visual kind of soapbox where people could share their experiences of poverty and oppression. And it was a sort of a cultural activity to build solidarity. So as we thought about how these three things might be represented, it became really apparent quickly that the library itself is really a people's university of its own. So we made that the overarching theme for the year. And I want to mention actually that the more I think about this, I think it's important to mention public libraries are a really interesting space. Their relationship to poverty is very unique. So as we see other public institutions kind of collapsing before us, public school systems, for example, the library often picks up the slack. And working with public librarians around these themes has really revealed that they do a lot more than just help people check out books. I mean, these are essentially social workers, right? So the second cultural aspect of Resurrection City was the soul tent, the many races soul tent or soul tent. We had had a fabricated version of a scaled down replica of a Resurrection City tent outfitted with audio and video components. Maggie's going to talk more about this in a second, but it's currently touring library branches and sort of acting as a representation, a way of celebrating the Many Races Soul Center. So before I start this, the Hunger Wall we approached a little differently. Rather than a mural, we were inspired by a poster project up by the Just Seeds Art Collective, and they had created a portfolio of posters for the New Poor People's Campaign. So we assembled a group of artists, local artists in DC, and using those posters, items from special collections at the DC Public Library, Library of Congress, and educational materials from the Poor People's Campaign, we held an all-day workshop. And we worked with those artists to kind of explore the history and think about, how could we create a DC portfolio of Poor People's Campaign posters today. So they created a new portfolio, and there's a little video I'll show on it here, and then, we'll see how this goes.
The Hunger Wall poster project commemorates the 50th anniversary of 1968 and the Poor People's Campaign, which brought over 50,000 protesters to DC to demand an end to poverty. The original Hunger Wall, the inspiration for this project, was a mural on a plywood wall in the encampment known as Resurrection City. We wanted to challenge artists to reimagine this artwork for 2018. The artists saw the importance of speaking to the local perspective of what Dr. King called the triplets of evil: poverty, war and militarism, and racism. They made posters on these topics and the topic of ecological destruction, which is a focus of the campaign today. A second phase of the project was inviting the community to respond to the issues of the Poor People's Campaign at poster workshops.
People who visited neighborhood libraries, who participated in programming, were invited to create posters of their own that address social and political and cultural issues that affected them directly. And like 50 years before, they were invited to post these posters on a wall that collectively says something about our community today. I think it's direct engagement. It is story sharing. It's getting people from different generations to look at a moment in history with new eyes. It gets them to tell their own stories. I think it's an excellent way for us to connect communities to our collections.
So out of that, actually, eventually a mural did come out of the project. But what's important really for, my two roles is one is as an organizer and the other is as a curator. And so it's been great to have the library space to educate people about the campaign and to really activate these collections in creative ways. But what's really amazing and rewarding for me is that this image is, you'll see one side, it's a wheat pasted wall, that's a library project, right? The other image is an electrical box that we didn't put posters on. I mean, that's the Poor People's Campaign using these posters for their own purposes, right? And so that's that idea that the work that we're creating is actually then being taken out into the world and actually used in movement organizing is really important to me personally. And it's been great to build, through the project and educating people about this history. Some of the artists who have gotten involved are now working directly with the campaign. And that's just an incredible outcome. So I'm gonna let Maggie talk more about this.
Hi, my name is Maggie Gilmore. So I'm going to bring the librarian perspective here. And it is an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me to be a participant. I worked as a music librarian at the MLK Jr. Memorial Library, which is now closed for modernization. And I booked shows for the DC Punk Archive. We did punk shows in the basement, and as well as carrying on traditions of chamber music and jazz series. So with the closure of MLK, I have a unique opportunity to participate in this project and was selected to be a MICA Fellow, which is a really exciting and unique direction that the library has taken in allowing library staff who, we work day to day at a reference desk and do various tasks, but to give us this opportunity to explore curatorial practice is incredibly valuable moving forward. And you were talking a little bit about identity politics, and the public library space is definitely evaluating our identity. We are going to have a new central library in 2020. So we are looking at how we display our collections, how they are accessible to the public, and all of the services that we provide, like what is the core, what is the root of what we are doing. So in looking at the collections that we have at the DC Public Library, and being a music librarian and interested in the music at Resurrection City, these were two of my favorites. So we have the Poor People's Campaign collection of our own at DC Public Library in our special collections. And let me just take one moment to introduce Carrie Williams, the Director of Special Collections at DC Public Library. You want to give us a little wave? You'll see her face in a video also soon. So we digitized this collection this year, so it's now accessible to the public online. In addition to these two songbooks that you see, we also have papers, documents from the activism and the work that they were doing with the Poor People's Campaign. There are newsletters that were published in Resurrection City with wonderful poetry and dialogue about what was going on and who was there. This particular one on your left is from Edward Haycraft, who's credited with a Chi-Lites song from the early 70s, but that's about it. And so this is a book that has just wonderful lyrics that he wrote in Resurrection City, presumably. So we actually have duplicated it, and we give out copies. I've handed out, way over 100 of these through the project. So allowing the public to see, and handle ephemera is a little bit new for our library system. And how do we actually put these collections out into the world, and how will people utilize them was an important question that we have been asking. The core songbook actually is from like 1963 or 64, but it was utilized for years and still being circulated at Resurrection City, so that's interesting. And then through the MICA project, we were given the opportunity to come here to the Library of Congress, connect with Guha and John Fenn, and we met about what the Library of Congress is doing at the American Folklife Center, and had a wonderful workshop with them, and also learned about the Bruce Jackson collections. So Bruce Jackson, also in the audience here today, has donated photographs and a collection of recordings to the Library of Congress Folklife Center. And so this was another unique opportunity for the DC Public Library and the Library of Congress to begin a partnership and look at how we can support each other moving forward. So looking at, these are just images from Bruce Jackson's tapes. And he had a collection of dubs from the Ralph Rinsler recordings that were done at Resurrection City in the Soul Tent, or the Many Races Soul Center, as it was originally called. So we, in conceptualizing, so we have these like physical pieces, songbooks, papers, photographs, and then we have audio. And what do we do to put these things together, and how do we present this to the public, and conceptualized the structure of the Soul Tent. But first we're going to listen a little bit to some of the recordings. I just pieced together a short clip to give you a sense of the variety of what's in the recordings. because not only are there wonderful songs from like Elizabeth Cotton, who lived here in Washington, D.C., but also just kind of social like banter, and you catch a lot of how people were interacting with each other from what they say. Comedy routines, just and just wonderful speeches, and a diversity of performers at the Soul Tent. It was kind of like an open mic session often. There were all kinds of people just stepping up and making their voice heard, which they probably didn't have an opportunity to do all that often.
Probably already noticed about this program is that what you're seeing are living pages of history right here before your eyes, right here before your ears, and right here in your nostrils, just like the mud that squishes up around your feet.
Brothers and sisters, we are all gathered here tonight for the same cause. And it's nice to see each and every one of you happy tonight. And we are glad to be here with all of you. I am from South Dakota, from the Black Hills of South Dakota and the Badlands. And and I went up to the Interior Department to speak my piece in behalf of my Badlands, which was taken away from us during the World War, number 2, that is. And no, not number 3. So I guess we are all here for the same cause. And we hope.
And then we have 45 minutes of a thunderstorm.
I remember that one.
So that gives you a little bit of a sense of the recordings that we have the privilege to work with and present to the public. And now, in the DC Public Library, we interact with the poor and the low-income residents of Washington, D.C. every single day. And we do provide a gamut of services in order to support our local population here. So I think it was really important for me to bring this history into the public library's space. And then this is kind of, you get a sense of what it looks like. The structure that we built based on the Weebson and Howard University students' designs is kind of like an open A-frame structure, and there is a listening station. There is photographs on display from Bruce Jackson, as well as the Washington Evening Star photograph collection that we have at the DC Public Library, also digitized, 1968 photos this year. And then, handouts, giveaways, and we've wheat pasted posters, some of the posters that Nick had shown you earlier, as well as like pieces from our collection and copies from our collection. And we have a collection of actual books people can check out also, including, I think Power to the Poor was one of the first to be checked out. We do have books still. And it's an opportunity to engage with people who have the stories. So we have collections that tell a story, but the residents of Washington, D.C. also have stories. And that was another goal of the project, was to bring those people to us and use photographs to jog the memory and get their stories started. So this has been a wonderful opportunity. We have all kinds of people talking to us about their gamut of experiences. A woman who made sandwiches and brought them to Resurrection City, a woman who brought blankets to Resurrection City, and again speaks to the support that Washington, D.C. gave to Resurrection City. And there's a video, but we are not going to play it because we are out of time.
Let's watch it instead of talk.
Thank you.
So we have time for questions, and we also have some question and answers between the panelists, if you like. So we have some mics here, and are there anything else that if you all would like to take on board and discuss, or something that Dr. Henry, please do so as well. One quick thing that we don't really focus on, I think Gordon alluded to. There were members of Congress who were responsive to the folks at the Poor People's Campaign, like John Conyers and Adam Clayton Powell, who was at that time the chair of the House Education and Labor Committee. And had it not been for Adam Clayton Powell, Johnson would not have gotten through most of the Great Society programming. And I mention it because one of the legacies that the Poor People's Campaign left was those legislative concepts that we should pick up and run with today, like the Full Employment Opportunity Act, the Randolph budget. There were about 5 or 6 of them that, and this was 3 years prior to the founding of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yep, that's right. The Solidarity Day March and Rally, which was on Juneteenth in '68, attracted, conservative estimates were 50,000, probably may have been well over 75 or 100,000, but there were several presidential candidates that showed up, including Hubert Humphrey and Gene McCarthy, mostly from the Democratic side of things. But you're right. I mean, there were certainly members of Congress that visited Resurrection City, were very sympathetic, and introduced legislation in Congress, of course, is one of them. So yeah, now, there was definitely people were paying attention. I mean, it's something else to think about. Perhaps going back to Resurrection City briefly is that, to be able to pitch a tent city on the mall, you have to get the Department of Interior's okay. So they had permits to do this, right? And so you might ask, well, why would the Department of Interior actually okay this? But the Johnson administration, I spent a lot of time in the Johnson Library in Austin. All of his aides, Johnson was very much opposed to this, did not want this on his doorstep. But his aides said, look back at other moments when people have marched on Washington and pitched tents and lived in Washington and lobbied for things like the 1932 Bonus Army, which were World War I vets looking for their bonuses early. They were basically they were burned out of their tents and sent back over the bridges by the army led by Douglas MacArthur. And so they're like, we don't want that to happen again. So they looked back at history, and we're actually reading The Age of Roosevelt by Arthur Schlesinger, and saying, we don't want the same thing to happen that happened with the Bonus Army. So we're going to let this happen, let folks have their piece, say their piece, and but we can pull the permit eventually if we want. And of course, that's what they did on June 23rd.
Then they arrested everybody.
Exactly.
Because one of the things, let me just tag on what you're saying. First, I want to say thank you to you all, what you're doing. I think it's just incredible. It really blew me away. I can't wait to see the whole thing. It's amazing. So part of the reason we got the permit was Kennedy's office. Is why we got Bobby Kennedy's office, which is why the permit was granted. A. B. I was there the last day. They did attack. They came in with bulldozers and police. And they came in because someone had thrown some things at a police car, at other cars, which was complete BS. Because there was a point where a bunch of people in the camp were actually sent back to Chicago, put on buses. There were members of gangs who we knew had been paid by the police to find trouble inside the camp and create problems. They were identified and put back on the bus. So that was real. That was going on as well. So there was a lot of subterfuge from the FBI and others trying to destroy what was going on inside the camp that was already self-destructing in its own ways. But the FBI came in and added to that, as did the government. And when they came in the last day, I remember having this conversation with people, some older people who had my age now, but they were older then, really old people, who had gone through the 30s and more, and talking about the bonus march that happened before that, and it felt like that. I mean, they came in, lobbed in tear gas, came in with bulldozers, began tearing things up, arresting people. And it's a moment I will never forget, just because there was this young woman with 2 little kids, didn't know where to go, what to do. Tear gas was everywhere. And I remember grabbing one of her kids and putting a mud-soaked cloth on a kid's face and said, put this on your other kid's face, put this on your face, and grab my belt, we're going to get the hell out of here. And we got out. And we were able not to be arrested. And but that was a scene going on all over the camp for the few people who were left. So it was they did attack. And so remember, this was on the heels of what people want to call a riot or rebellion had happened in '68 when King was assassinated. I was living in the middle of D.C. at that time, and so this was a part of that. I mean, there was a continuum in the minds of people in the government about what happened after King was assassinated, what took place because of the assassination, and what this movement meant. And remember, Bobby Kennedy was killed while we were in the camp, and they brought and his what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? When they stopped with his hearse and stuff, they stopped outside the camp. The motorcade stopped. Thank you.
Funeral procession.
And when they stopped, that was a moment I think that is important for people to remember in history, just because I'd never experienced anything like that in my life at that moment when that happened. And it stopped. Everybody who was in the camp, and even some of the folks who were outside the camp from Hawthorne School and some other places, all stopped and lined the place. It was dead silence. And everybody began singing John Brown's Body at that moment. And it was just this powerful moment that took place. And there were people inside the government who didn't want that stuff to happen. So the permit was denied. I mean, the permit was stopped. It wouldn't let us stay. And they came in. There was symbolic arrests, but there was also a little terror at the end as well. I just want to throw that out there to just be, it wasn't all hunky-dory with the U.S. government at that moment.
The great irony of this, of course, was that we had the Democratic Party convention, quote, riots, that took place later that summer.
August.
And we also had the My Lai massacre and the Tet Offensive in the same year, which emphasized the desperation of the Vietnam War. So all those things were happening in the same sort of temporal space. And I think the other piece of this, I think Gordon and Mark mentioned, the folks who went back, think of the number of poverty program directors who ran for elected office. I was thinking of Perrin Mitchell, who had run the poverty program in Baltimore, became our first black congressman from Baltimore. So this spawned a whole lot of activity in the electoral realm that is still with us today.
Yeah.
By the way, the new mayor of San Francisco is an African-American woman, London Breed.
Right.
She's been confirmed as the new mayor.
I think by some people's not wanting to be.
Despite some, absolutely.
I know we want to open it up for questions. One quick thing, I mean, this conversation has reminded me of is that if there's anything that folks agreed upon that came to Washington was an opposition to state violence, right? And state violence could be both overseas in Southeast Asia, but also here at home, right? And so that was the moment when, folks from across sort of a pretty wide ideological spectrum, even among those who came, who were part of the campaign, this was the number one issue that everyone agreed on that needed to stop, right? We needed to end the war, and we needed to end police suppression in poor communities, right? Whether it was white, brown, or black. So.
And we had the Kerner Commission report also that had come out the previous year.
Yeah.
Just a thought on this narrative of success versus failure of the original campaign is really interesting. It's something that, the day you're describing, Mark, is like, you look back at what the newspapers were saying at that time, and it's this is the end, Resurrection City falls, the campaign fails. But that's not really that's not really what happened, right? And I think that the Poor People's Campaign today, and maybe some of the people here who are from the campaign might speak to this a little bit, is evidence of the fact that work continued. And really it changed the way that a lot of people would approach that kind of organizing for the rest of their lives.
You see, I think that one of the things people make a mistake, talking about winning and losing.
Right.
I mean, to me, and I don't want to get too philosophical about this, but to me, just existence and living in a society struggle is part of it. And so, an existence is struggle, no matter what that may, wherever you are. And so, people say that, let's say the Reconstruction, people say Reconstruction was a failure. Reconstruction wasn't a failure. It was one of those beautiful moments in American history. They killed Reconstruction because they didn't want it to happen in 1877. They made sure it didn't happen. And so the same thing with what happened in 68, but we build on those things. That's not the end. It keeps moving. Who knows what it means ultimately, but it just means that, as long as we have a nation where there's poverty, a nation where racism is at the root of our country, that kind of exploitation is the root of things for many people in this country, that struggle is going to continue. So so I'm 72 years old. So, and people your age, your generation, are carrying it on. It's not done. We just keep walking on the shoulders of the folks who came before us and keep pushing. And when we push, we get pushed back, and you got to keep pushing forward. So it never stops. You can't let it stop. So I don't get into failures and successes.
And on that note, I love the example of the song "Everybody's Got a Right to Live" because it's a song that Jimmy Clare and Reverend Frederick Douglass Kirkpatrick wrote back in 1968, and they have a whole album. You can talk to me about how you can listen to it online via this. But today, the new Poor People's Campaign is using "Everybody's Got a Right to Live," but they've added a little element of hip hop in that song and teaching people how to sing it. And so it's just, I love this example of the old and the new today.
Yeah.
I would like to hear a little bit more about lessons learned that are relevant for what's going on right now.
Well, I think one obvious lesson is persistence, tenacity, truth pressed to the earth is going to rise again. So it's not over. We have to write the next chapters. I think that's what we've learned. We've learned, I'll come back to something Gordon mentioned, policy is one piece of it, but it's really the grassroots community organizing that makes the change. And once the changes are made, you have to keep at it because there's always a chance people dismantle those changes as we're seeing in the court decisions. So we're learning these lessons. And we also are learning that if you don't socialize your young people at a very early age to get involved in these kinds of activities, they will be indifferent and inactive when they become adults. And those are some things that just sort of stood out for me about this experience.
To add on to that, I would say that and some of this is maybe an anathema to my 22-year-old self. But, you know, I would just say it right out here. Capitalism, to me, is the problem. But we're not going to overthrow it like we thought we were going to do when I was 22. But we need to organize and fight to contain it before it destroys us and the rest of the planet. And I think that for me, one of the things that's missing at this moment, and maybe it's because I'm not aware of it, and maybe things are happening that I'm not aware of, which can be very, very true, but is organizing. By that I mean the hard work of organizing. One of the things that came out of our conversations and doing the tapes for the African American Museum and the Poor People's Campaign, interviewing a lot of folks who I knew and didn't know from back in the 60s, was what it meant to organize. You know, when you had people in Mississippi like Fannie Lou Hamer. For those who don't know, Fannie Lou was an incredible human being. She was a sharecropper who became a leader of the movement in Mississippi out of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And so she organized the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, which demanded a seat in the 1964 convention. I was there at that point in Atlantic City with MFDP. And she was this force of nature. But it wasn't her. It was the fact that she and the people she worked with were organizing cooperatives, organizing resistance in Mississippi, and organizing things that led to the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and led to black political power in Mississippi. And they had co-ops they organized. In the 60s, in the early 70s in Baltimore, we were organizing co-ops in people's neighborhoods, fruit co-ops, tenants unions, striking against landlords, people actually actively building things. That's what it takes to build a movement that ties into electoral politics as well. You know, they're not separate. You have to have a base to work from. And I think and you're seeing, there's an energy out here now as I've not seen before in a long time. The Poor People's Campaign is taking place. All the young progressive politicians in America being elected across America, they're coming from a base of work they're doing in communities. So there is something, which is not, we have to be aware that it's happening. But I think, you know, so do you have lessons from 68? People say learn from our mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Young people are going to make mistakes. Now, we made mistakes. What does that mean? It just means you keep on rolling. You just don't stop. You know, so I mean, I don't think, I like to dwell on mistakes so much as learning from what you do and just keep on pushing, as the song says.
And how about leadership? I mean, that's a lesson I think that the new campaign really emphasizes this is, you know, we have to develop leaders. What happens when the leader falls? Who picks up the torch? So it's, you know, leadership development has to be at the forefront of that kind of organizing.
And when leaders come up, who's they? They can be whatever that means in a particular historical moment. But the most effective people often were taken out in the 60s. I mean, I mean killed, murdered. Fred Hampton. I mean, when we talk about the young patriots in Chicago, at that moment, when Fred Hampton was assassinated by the police in Chicago, what was being organized was the Young Patriots, the Young Lords, the Brown Berets, the Black Panthers, organizations. He was organizing, it wasn't really his idea, but he latched onto another Panther that came up with the idea, actually. But at any rate, they were building this multiracial coalition in Chicago, and they couldn't have that. So Fred Hampton was assassinated. And those things happen. And those are real, and we have to realize that those things are real, and not shy away from our history. Whenever you have a social movement, once it begins to threaten structures and threaten real change,
backlash.
There's going to be a pushback, you know. So there was a quiescence in some senses, I think, in our country. I mean, people got elected to Congress. The Congressional Black Caucus was founded, you know, but now we're at a new stage. And I think you're going to see more young people being elected, more young people organizing and doing stuff. And I just think that's I think we're in an interesting place. You know, I'm not pessimistic.
And I think I've learned the amount of courage that it took to actually reach across the lines of identity, to bring people together from such varied backgrounds and create such a strong force. I think we have to be careful today not to be isolating in some of our movements. I think, you know, as a woman, I will say that the Women's March is incredibly powerful, but it is also isolating to some. So the Poor People's Campaign is such a good example of piecing all of our work together into one stronger idea.
New and unsettling force, right?
And Gordon's idea of coalition. And one part of that was reaching across class lines, because there are a lot of, quote, middle-class people who were supporting the Poor People's Campaign.
Right.
And some of them were black, and many of them were white. There was 54 families who accommodated folks who weren't living in Resurrection City, who nobody mentions. I think we're going to find some research on them. And today, the oppression of the middle class threatens that resource. Just as Mark was saying, people are beginning to organize from the grassroots up. We're now assassinating the middle class, which has been a historical resource for a lot of change. So that's a lesson that we've got to pick up and run with.
Yeah, I think we have to remember certain things. The things were in my head the other day watching these children being separated from their families. All I could think about was a take on the poem from the 30s in Germany. First they came for the immigrants. What did you do? What did we do? And you know, so we talk about identity politics. Sometimes that word is used in a negative vein, but the reality is that movements come out of people, whatever they are, who are oppressed as their own nationalist movements out of survival. That's where they come from, and they're not to be condemned. I think it's a reality. It just is reality, and you've got to address that reality. But it doesn't mean bridges can't be built. Doesn't mean coalitions can't be built. Doesn't mean people can't work together to make something happen. You know, I think that's something we have to remember. I mean, every movement in the world started that way.
I definitely think one of the lessons from the campaign, and one of the things I like about the new Poor People's Campaign as well, is that it's not just about Washington. It's not just about coming to DC. That's important symbolically. It's important for bringing people together from around the country, for purposes of the media. But going to state capitals and organizing in more local places. I mean, I live in Virginia, and you know, we've seen more progressive people. I'm not trying not to get partisan here, but more progressive people almost took over the House of Delegates. There's been Medicaid expansion in that state as a result of that, right? And so it's not just about what the federal government is doing, right? And I think increasingly so, but what are state governments doing? What are county councils and school boards doing, and courthouses? And so it goes back to this idea of local organizing, right? So you can come to DC, you can be engaged with federal politics, but you have to also be engaged with local politics as much as possible, electoral and otherwise, right? And so I think that's one of the things that the 68 campaign didn't do as much. It was part of the long-term plan, but that was something that King talked about. Well, we'll go to Washington, and then we'll go to the 50 biggest cities in the country and continue to organize. Well, they went to the conventions, the Democratic and Republican conventions in Chicago and Miami Beach. But that was really, and there was a few places where you see organizing around the campaign per se. Many people went back and did their own organizing, not necessarily under the umbrella of the Poor People's Campaign. So in a sense it did happen, but not just not through SCLC, but I think that's an important point, that you don't have to come here, you don't have to be in DC to bring change. In some ways the change really happens in Lansing and Jackson and Albuquerque, and so that's in Richmond. Those are the places that are just as important, if not more so.
I wanted to ask you, Maggie, how the materials digitized by the DC Public Library are available to the broad public?
Sure. digdc.dclibrary.org, and you don't need a library card to log in.
That's good to know.
That's important.
And you'll see there is a Poor People's Campaign collection where, again, another point to what we have learned, you can actually look at some of the documents and see the language that was used in lobbying Congress and the different locations that they were going to and targeting, and some of the requests and the demands that were being made at that time.
Does this work? Oh, here we go. My name is Anu Yadav. I'm an artist in residence with the DC Public Library, so I'm working closely with Maggie and Nick, and also with the Poor People's Campaign. And, one of the things that strikes me now, I mean, you speak about this this attempted assassination of the middle class, and I just want to share something that's been tumbling, and like this foundation or these identities around class that have really been smashed and disrupted. And for me, I ended up testifying last couple of weeks ago on the right to health care and a healthy planet. And I just want to put out there that I came to this movement work thinking of myself as an ally. And I feel like this idea of the middle class is such a lie and an illusion, because you're just a few more paychecks away from being out on the street. And when I was organizing in public housing, Miss Mary, who was like the local prophet, she would say that same thing, that if you make $60,000, and I understood it intellectually, right? But it wasn't until I had lost my housing, my health care, my income, all in 1 month, right? And that was the kind of pinnacle of a number of experiences, like even before that, finding a letter on the house that I lived in that said that the police are coming to get your things, you have 30 days to get out. It was an illegal eviction. It didn't make, and that was the landlord basically had been going through foreclosure and didn't tell us. And so all of these different experiences culminating in me coming to the very people that I had been organizing with in public housing, saying, what do I do, because it had happened to them first. And so I feel like in this attempted assassination, it's also an opportunity, it's an invitation for people to really let the lies shed so that we can actually come together. And I just want to share that as a way to kind of offer, it's one thing to speak about something as disconnected or like someone else. It's another to recognize how we are part of this tapestry and connected together.
As we used to say in the 60s, right on. I can dig it, yeah.
So, here, is this on? I would like to suggest that, popping back to the question of leadership and lessons learned from 50 years ago, that I think we have begun to understand that organizations need to be people-led rather than led by specific leaders. And I think that is a major contribution from that era.
Yep.
That's right.
That actually leads me to an observation. I was working in Jamaica. One of the great sort of legends about Michael Manley, who was trying to run for office in the 1960s, was he was trying to gain the support of Rastafarians. And he went to a delegation of elders, and he said, he was trying to figure out who to talk to, and he kept asking, well, who's your leader of your organization? And an older man sort of pipes up finally and says, Rasta is not an organization, it's an organism. So the notion of a kind of a movement from below, which is parts of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and all of that, I think is also resonant in this particular setting. And I'm going to have the last word because we are approaching the time when Gordon Mantler has very kindly consented to sign copies of his book, Power to the Poor. They're right out there. We're going to give you about 10 minutes to take care of business. Go buy several copies of Gordon's book. There's wives and wife and children to support. Not wives, sorry.
Yeah, not wives.
It's a brilliant book, and I think it sets the foundation for all the kind of work that we're doing today, which is one of the reasons we're honored to have Gordon, Dr. Leniel Henderson, Mark Steiner, Maggie Gilmore, Nick Petter, more to come. These questions about what we're going to do and how the lessons learned of the past will be taken up in the next panel by another able set of folks. So thank you, and a hand for our guests, please. right. Okay, Reggie? All right, thank you all. Welcome back. And we're going to get started with session 2 here of the Symposium, Before and After 68, the Poor People's Campaign, Not Then and Now. It was a brilliant session this morning. It promises to be an equally brilliant one this afternoon. I'm going to, again, as John did earlier, to briefly introduce our distinguished panel and then go on from there. So starting immediately to my left, You have Dr. Reginald Jackson, who is visual artist and scholar, and the founder and president of Olele Communications in Boston, Massachusetts. It's a nonprofit organization he formed in 1988 to document, inform, and provide consultative research about the visual and cultural dimensions of the global African diaspora. He's professor emeritus of communications of Simmons College in Boston, and a whole host of other degrees which you can read about on the website. We'd be here all afternoon just trying to get through that if I got through that. Similarly, next to him, Dr. Bruce Jackson is also equally distinguished, another brilliant scholar, American folklorist, documentary filmmaker, writer, photographer, and distinguished professor and James Agee Professor of American Culture at the University of Buffalo. He's the author of over 40 books. A point of pride for us, the American Folklife Center, is that he was chair of our board of trustees way back in the 1980s, if I can say way back in the 1980s. Dr. Jackson continues to do amazing work. His recordings of Cummins Prisons has now been adapted into a play, a touring play by the Wooster Group, and you can catch that on off Broadway, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Next to that is another terrific colleague and a person who's been at the fulcrum of a lot of activities here in Washington, D.C. to commemorate events of 1968 in Washington. Mariah Quarter is a curator of D.C. 1968, a project commemorating the 50th anniversary of 1968 in D.C., as I just said. And every day throughout 2018, she'll tell us how she's been producing and sharing original stories and photographs on her website, dc1968project.com, which will be the topic of her presentation today. And on to her left is Sharon Herbar, who's a director of cultural strategies at the Kairos Center for Religion, Rights, and Social Justice. She also serves as a co-director of theomusicology and movement arts for the New Poor People's Campaign. And she, along with her partner Yara Allen, have joined us from an exhausting schedule of actions across the Southeast and nationally. Yara Allen, a native of Rocky Mount, North Carolina, is director of Cultural Arts for the Repairs of the Breach and co-director of Arts and Culture with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Yara is a singer, songwriter, poet, musician whose love for music, especially jazz, gospel, and blues, helps her create and deliver soulful movement songs, some of which you heard this morning, that continues a kind of efforts that previous generations of singers have produced in the assistance of social justice campaigns. And with having said all of that, and the very last person who will come up here at the very end of this presentation is the Reverend, Dr. Reverend Liz Theo-Harris, who is a co-director of the Kairos Center and a founder and coordinator of the Poverty Initiative, which has been spearheading the Poor People's Campaign. And you'll hear from her at the very end after the panel goes through, and we have another filling discussion as we did this morning. So I'm going to start a little bit, interestingly enough, with Dr. Bruce Jackson, who will tell us about what happened in 1968 and afterwards. Thank you, Bruce.
And afterwards, all of it. First, I want to say to the panel this morning, the first part of this session, thank you very much. I feel much more optimistic about the world than I was. You've given me the feeling that Trump is an opportunity and not age. So thank you. And for the others, I hadn't realized how much had come out of Resurrection City 1, how many people had gone on to so many things. And I'm very heartened by that, and I hope similar things happen with this one as well. I want to begin with just a word of context, because Resurrection City didn't just happen on its own. It didn't just happen because Bobby Kennedy made a suggestion. The older people in the room know this, what I'm about to say. In 1960, there were sit-ins at lunch counters. In 1961, white and black people rode buses into the South. The buses were burned, they were beaten and jailed. 1963, a church in Birmingham was blown up. I Have a Dream speech happened. 1965 was Selma. There was violence, there was risk, there was danger, and there was work over many years. The people who put together Resurrection City had been through much of that. They had seen their friends, as you said, killed. Many of them had been beaten. We had, let me see if I have it here. We all had these little badges. And on the badges, it had our blood type. Now, I've been involved in a lot of things, but I've never been involved in a thing where they put your blood type on it. Well, the reason they put your blood type on it was because the people who organized it had been in things where a lot of them had been carted off to the hospital very quickly. And is that me?
I think so.
And at the beginning of Resurrection City, there's a lot of optimism, but nobody knew what was going to happen. There was a permit, but nobody knew how long it was going to stand. There have been many other things for which there had been permits and things had been disrupted violently. So there was optimism, joy, and a great feeling of cooperation, but there was also an awareness of the world we were living in. And that was part of what it was all about. I got involved in it because of a guy named Ralph Rinzler, who some of you who work at the library or at the Smithsonian may know. Ralph eventually became, I think, deputy director of the Smithsonian or something like that. He's responsible for the festival, Smithsonian Festival on the Mall every year. I got to know him through the Newport Folk Foundation. I was the director of the Newport Folk Festivals, and Ralph worked for us. He would scout talent, and he would occasionally, when we had projects, he would not run the projects. Ralph wasn't the kind of guy who would run things. He's the kind of guy who would go in and say, how can I help you? Oh, I have access to these resources. Is there a way I can help you use them? And that will figure in the story I'm about to tell you. He came to us one day at one of our board meetings, and he'd been in touch with SCLC. And he said, one of the things they could use is a music program, because they realized there's a lot of adults who are going to be there who aren't going to have a lot to do at night. And there are going to be a lot of kids there who aren't going to have a lot to do at all. So could we set something up? And so Reverend Frederick Douglass Kirkpatrick was mentioned a little while ago. Kirk had been part of an organization in Louisiana called Deacons for Defense. They had banded together and routed a group of white nationalists, much to the chagrin of the white nationalists. He was a lovely guy. I liked him a lot. And he was on the Newport board too by then. So Kirk came down, Georgia Sea Islands singers came, and we all came down. Ralph and I came and we met with the SCLC leadership. When the Newport board decided to do this, it was a meeting at which Alan Lomax, the folklorist, was not present. And we were all really happy about that. Because Alan had a good heart, but he was a pushy son of a bitch. And, so we didn't tell him we were doing it. And everybody told everybody, do not tell Alan, do not issue the minutes of this meeting, nothing. So Ralph and I are meeting, and you'll see some pictures in a moment. Washington is burned out. It's just desolation. The cab ride to the SCLC office was just, it was a bombed out city. And so we're meeting with everybody, and Ralph is saying, how can I help you? We have this money, and we have connections to these musicians, these people, and Alan bursts into the room and proceeds to lecture them on the importance of black music, on the character of black music, and tell them what they should do with black music. And as Alan spoke, his Texas accent got thicker and thicker and thicker, which is something he tended to do, I noticed, when he was with black people. He would start out sort of talking like this, and by the end, he's talking like that. And so the room is getting colder and colder. Ralph and I want to slide under the table. We just think we are dead. The project is dead. And it was such a sweet project. Doing things for kids is so nice. And so Jim Bevel says to Ralph and me, you guys got to do something about that boy. Ralph says, well, he means well. Bevel says, yeah. So anyhow, it all came together. It got fixed. It came together, and a while later, and after this time, I don't remember how many days later, we went down to set up the program, and I was just there for the first few days of it. So what I'm going to show you are just some pictures from those first few days. And then I came back for the Solidarity Day thing, and I want to say something about that, but I'm going to hold that off in a little bit. That's Ralph, and that is at a Newport Folk Festival. I didn't have any pictures of him there, and he's as sweet a guy as he looks like. This is a photograph out of the cab window on the way. And that's another photograph. Some of you remember Washington looking like that. And this was when I first got there. And this was the first time anybody ever said to me, the guy came over and he said, I keep looking at that and I think of a Klansman looking down at me all the time. And I have never looked at the Washington Monument since and not thought of this Klansman looking down at me all the time. And there are, towers all over that part of the city, and there's some significance in that. So, and the first few days, it was almost entirely black. The buses hadn't come yet. One of the things we decided to do, by the way, in addition to set up this music program, was to document what we were doing. So those recordings that are in the library, we recorded the performances. You'll see some newsmen in a moment. I got one of them to give me a copy of all his tapes of the first meeting of Resurrection City, which was really fiery. It was really great. Kirk performed, other people performed afterwards. And another folklorist hired by Newport, Henry Glassy, rode with one of the bus trains coming from California, and he did interviews on the way. So we had some documentation of this stuff that would not otherwise exist. And again, another thing that's pleased me about being here today is seeing how you guys have been able to use that material. And everybody else who was on that board with me would be absolutely delighted. Those are the A-frame ends arriving. You can see that a lot of local volunteers were involved in that work. There are a lot of people in Washington who were helping set up Resurrection City. And these are people just setting them up. And a lot of the A-frames had graffiti on it, but not the kind of graffiti you see nowadays. It's graffiti, I've been to the mountain, people's names. There are a number of quotations from Dr. King you see on houses. And I think the names of some of the people in SCLC are on that building. I always love this picture, this guy with this kid just looked so happy together. And I said there was a feeling of people just feeling optimistic and good. And this is one of those pictures that is like that. This was in the tent, and this was in the tent. This was the first town meeting. I don't think it was called the Soul Tent yet. That may have arrived after a lot of music was performed there, and people said, that's the Soul Tent. But at this point, it was just a tent. That guy in the poncho, you'll see in a moment. There he is, he's on the right. His name is Sweet Willie. Sweet Willie had lost an arm in Vietnam. And he's on the tapes. He was an incredible speaker. You can see that guy looking up and just adoring Sweet Willie. I was adoring Sweet Willie. I think the only white guys I saw in the tent were the newsmen and Alan Lomax and me. There may have been others, but I didn't notice them. So as I said, other people started coming in. This is Kirk playing, and he was singing. And these are kids who were just digging it. They just liked it. There was a lot of kids around. This is the gaggle of news guys sitting there in the center of it. over the telephone wire in there, you see a slightly oblong object over those guys. By the way, there's a little mud there already. I don't remember it raining, but it looks like it was anticipating what was going to happen. And there's the object. It's some kids playing with a football. And that's Alan Lomax and Kirk carrying the song sheets, which had been prepared by people at a publication called Broadside. They'd put together a number of songs, and the library has some now. I brought some down with me. And they contain some traditional songs, some adaptations of some traditional songs, and a number of songs by Kirk. And that's Kirk again singing. And he would do this all day long. That's Bessie Jones of the Georgia Sea Islands Singers, and that's at Ralph Rinsler's house. We heard Libba Cotton before singing. Libba worked for Ralph. Libba played guitar left-handed. It used to drive me crazy. I watch it. He is one of the Georgia Sea Island singers, and what he's saying to me there, that afternoon, they had taken them over to the rotunda. They'd been in the Capitol, and he'd been in the rotunda. And he said, I know why these people are so screwed up. They got that big round room. You can't get your head right in a big round room. You need to know where the corners are to know where to head. And this was in the tent. And this is the kind of thing that you just saw there all the time. People just playing in the pool. People being by the pool. This was some tourist kid, and this was a kid out of the camp, and they were whining. By the way, where camp was, where Resurrection City was, if you don't know the site, reflecting pool, then there's a stand of trees, and Resurrection City is the other side of the stand of trees. You could walk around the pool and not see it if you didn't look. If you didn't want to know it was there, you could pretend it wasn't there. So there would be tourists around there, they're just strolling around, having no idea that there was some 3,000 people, 15 yards away. This is the beginning, this is at Solidarity Day. And I was always really happy they called it Solidarity Day rather than Juneteenth Day, because that's what it was. Resurrection City, as you heard before, was it involved black people, it involved Native Americans, it involved Hispanics, it involved white people. And what brought people together was poverty. And I think it's the first major event of that kind that brought so many people together and made them aware that they shared things in common that might be worth working on in common. Solidarity Day went one step further because the unions showed up. And the unions had been notably absent from much of the civil rights stuff. And I mentioned several events before. There's one more event I forgot to mention, and that was October 22nd, 1963. And October 22nd, 1963 was the day of the first 6-digit anti-war demonstration in Washington. There have been anti-war movements, things going on for the last year and a half, but that was the big one. And one of the things that was in the air, it was part of the spirit of all of us, I think, was that what was going on with the anti-war movement, what was going on with the voting rights movement, what was going on with poverty movement, we had things in common with each other. And it wasn't all, you here, and you there. Some of the things wrong in the world, we didn't have to change too many nouns, and it just kind of filled the energy. And so this crowd reminded me of that crowd only 7 months earlier in exactly the same place. And this crowd, as you'll notice, everybody's there, all kinds of people. And at this one, I was not a participant. I was demonstrations like this, unless you happen to luck out with, I've been to the mountain, one of those, which is very rare. You don't listen to the speeches. You can't hear them most of the time. What you're doing is you're bearing witness with your body to say, this matters, I want to be here with these other people. Count us, you son of a bitch. We're watching you. And that's what was going on there. There's that Klansman again. That's Abernathy's at the microphone there, and Coretta Scott King. I only realized when I was making these prints, see, there she is. I never realized before she was in there. I knew she must have been there, and I never looked. So last week, huh?
Yeah, Whitney Young.
Yeah,
On the left.
yeah, right. Oh, I'm sure if I blew up that across, there'd be a lot of people you could name it. And there's the press again. Some guys got into trouble after this happened. And this picture I really like. This could have been a 1930s a WPA picture with those hats. And again, people of all ages at it. And labor people, people from just all kinds of things. This guy, a lot of white guys with crossed arms. And she looks so cool. I love her body language and his. And you see those guys down by the street? Those two guys on the left with their crossed arms? They work for somebody. You know, they weren't there enjoying the thing. And again, while all this is going on, the kids, being kids. So those are the pictures I took. Okay. And I'll stop. Thank you.
I think I'm next one. Which one do I push? I push the middle one.
Push it to the right. It'll make it go to the right.
Oh, cool.
The F.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get this going. I'll do my notes. A little technical. I don't trust myself these days to remember everything, and so I've brought along my notes. I'm Reginald Jackson, and I'm really pleased to be here.
We're related?
I don't know if we're related or not, but we're definitely bonding here in D.C. These 2 days. I was not familiar with your work in this way. And so it's been great.
Thanks.
And I'm really pleased to be here with a number of really renowned folk who've been able to impart a lot of information that I heretofore hadn't really had access to in this manner. So I'm really pleased and honored to be on this panel. And I'd like to thank the library for pulling this together. This has been a great opportunity. This work, I've been told I should try to give you the context and what I was doing prior to going to the Poor People's Campaign, and what I saw, obviously, as well as how that affected and influenced the work that I have been doing since. And so I'm going to give you sort of the nature of a visual tour through my work, and that is predominantly documentary in nature. And this event was really the first attempt that I had made to go to as a graduate student in New Haven. I was a graduate student in the School of Art and Architecture, studying graphic design. And I happened to have been in a documentary photography class with Walker Evans, who I later discovered was the father of documentary photography. and being the kind of upstart, rebellious type, I had gotten involved in the organization of, and I'm straying away from my notes here, of an institution within the institution at Yale called the Black Workshop. Yale had the foresight to understand that cities were being
reconfigured, and I'm talking like the mid-60s. And the School of Architecture, Charles Moore was headed that school, and they were sort of building monuments to themselves in terms of some of the architectural designs that were being executed during those days. And so a group of us sort of connected, formed what we call the Black Workshop, and were able to get the university to find us a space outside of the schoolhouse. And we were able to bring in people who we thought were experts, and we spent a lot of time in the street. We were in Newark, New Jersey, helping to develop one of the first school daycare complexes. We were in Boston and Chinatown. We were predominantly city planners and architects, and I was sort of the lone visual guy. I was learning graphic design, but I was headed into photography and film. And so I became the one who documented everything that was going on. And so these images really were that was really the foundation for the work that I moved on to do. Yes, I'll press this one.
Right button.
Okay. I got to here to Washington, D.C. because, as I had said earlier, I really felt that I needed to be actively doing. And I left the class, got on a plane, came down here, checked into the Holiday Inn, and spent a couple of days making images. And that was really my first attempt to use the camera to in a serious way, cover a march and a situation like this. So nevertheless, I made my way through the city, engaging folks, making portraits, looking for images supporting activities going on, including a baptism, food preparation, a barbershop. I recall generally trying to capture images that would attempt to tell a story of life in the village as well as during the march. The theme of the march and encampment, as we all know, came from Dr. King's vision to create a broad coalition of workers to highlight the gross inequities our system of democracy fosters. His assassination just months before had been tied directly to his emphasis on the economic injustice, I felt. Today, the question can be asked, has the situation gotten any better, or is it worse in terms of economic divide that exists between the haves and the have-nots? And this graphic speaks to a recent survey that was done in Boston by the Boston Globe, and really is startling to when we understand that in a city like Boston, that the net worth of a black family is $8, and that we really have to push on, and we really have to address, in many of the ways that were discussed earlier, this vast dichotomy. As I mentioned, I'm on the right there, and this is part of our Black Workshop in New Haven, which was in its infancy. And it was really, as I've mentioned, my launching pad into coming down here to do this work. And as a graduate student, I was learning the discipline of graphic design, but was also shooting a film on my experiences, which I later used to get my certificate, my degree, to get out of Yale. And which served, that Black Workshop continued 10 years after we left. So we were actually involved in recruiting, students. We were involved in shaping that curriculum. We're up and down on a book that we're writing at the moment from 68 to 70, which talks about how we had some impact on an institution like Yale and other institutions in the country teach architecture. The notion that you learn a discipline and then you go to the client and give the client what you think the client should have was the way architecture had been taught for many, many years. And so our group began to make major adjustments to that practice, and we're beginning to understand, what our role was during that time in New Haven. We thought everything kind of centered in New Haven. We had the Panther trial was going on with Bobby Seale, the Alex Rackley case that sprung up out of that. The Panther office was maybe 2 or 3 doors down from where we resided as the Black Workshop. And this is an image of one of the many gatherings in front of the office there. Getting back to Resurrection City, we can see here the attempt to mark space as well as to indicate the nature of the climatic conditions, which means that the sneakers being hung for dry on the line. And this was just a view of as far as one could see, and I'm going to look at the end of that image a different way from now on. I'm talking about I'm talking about the monument. And once again, signage means a lot, and it spoke to the need for security, which I hadn't really thought about or anticipated. And the repetition of the theme of ending hunger. This image speaks to the ability of families to hang in there, to persevere during that time. And the press, oddly enough, didn't really say a whole lot, I thought, about white involvement in the encampment. And so I think, more and more efforts need to show the diversity that existed there. Mm-hmm. And so we begin to see, a much broader view of what was going on. And finally, the intergenerational nature of folk, and a view from within, I call this. And as far as the eye could see. And this image takes us beyond the march, and immediately after graduation in 1970, I and some colleagues raised a little bit of money and went off to West Africa, Ghana and Liberia in particular. And when I saw the conditions, particularly in Liberia and Ghana, I began to think about my experiences that I had just encountered here and my experiences here in the U.S. And I found this woman who, and I'm speaking about how that impacted what my vision became later, talks about the exploitive nature of the multinationals and how corporations and how they had been able to, without too much interruption, continue to exploit the raw materials that exist and are extracted out of those countries in West Africa. And so this woman's stance, to me, speaks of, the courage that's necessary to try to break that stronghold, the strangulation of these countries, saying enough is enough. It's like your grandmother or your mom or your aunt when they put their hands on their hips, enough is enough. This is as a visual artist, one of the hats that I wear, is a photo collage which I made into a poster, which reflects my feelings after leaving Ghana, and I think I did this in 1972, and it shows the trains moving out of the country going one way. It shows a man in the bush with a chicken in one hand and a attaché case in the other. It shows another man with a child emblazoned on his heart. And then you see this young person piercing eyes through this tire representing the rubber plantations and various other plantations that existed and still exists in parts of West Africa. I call it the last frontier. This image is part of a network of forts and castles along the Ghana coast that were used during the transatlantic slave trade. This is Fort Amsterdam, built in the 1600s by the Dutch, and consequently, over the years, it's been switched back and forth. One country would come and capture the fort, and they'd name it something else, and then it would go back and forth. And so this image, I feel, is important to show that many of the ancestors of African Americans passed through these forts along the Ghana coast. And that is an important connector to this image. This is an image of the African Meeting House in Boston. It's a photoserograph that I was commissioned to do for the bicentennial in Boston. And it employs the sort of iconographic ivory pendant that was sacked from the city of Benin at the turn of the last century. And I'm superimposing this image over the African Meeting House, which is the oldest church built by all black labor in the United States, still standing, 1806. And another part of my journey has been dealing with the homeless. And this is an image that shows a connection to institutions that were formed to help the needy. I began to do work in the community on homelessness and produced this book along with the Mass Association for Mental Health as an integrated approach to dealing with services surrounding the homeless. This would have been the early 80s. This is one of the images that I made on the street of a woman, Inez, who was homeless and who lived once, who actually had property on Beacon Hill at one point, was homeless. And this is a current photograph of the Poor People's Campaign in Boston at the State House on Monday this week. Another view. And finally, this is a poster that I created for an anti-racism organization that I've been working for as I left Simmons back in the 90s. And it says, I don't know if you can make it out, it says, we don't want our chains made more bearable, we want them removed. And that has been an image that has been used throughout the course of this community change organization. So this is an example of how I've traversed this course since my days in the 60s. That's it.
Anybody else? The right-hand button, F, advances it.
Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon. I don't have a clock.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. It's been wonderful seeing both Bruce's and Reginald's images, because it shows me, as I've been going through archives, it's just in some ways the visual literacy that we have about the Poor People's Campaign and Resurrection City is narrow, and so it's wonderful to see these images to just show us that there's so much more that we can learn through images. Okay, thank you. So I have approached the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of 1968 as both a historian and as a curator. Back in 2016, I decided that DC, which is where I'm from, needed to have a year-long commemoration of the entire year of 1968. I needed to have a commemoration that would highlight activism, art, architecture, and everyday life, all of which made 1968 such an incredible year here in DC. And of course, these are all elements of the Poor People's Campaign and the Resurrection City, as panelists have been sharing. The commemoration had to be public-facing, had to be committed to providing the public with a full and complex exploration of the city in 1968. And it had to be a commemoration in which Washingtonians who were here in 1968 would actually recognize. And finally, it had to be a commemoration that would show others that DC as a capital city and as an international capital, like Kingston, like Mexico, like Paris, like Prague, also had much to teach the world. And so I approached this commemorative goal in 3 different ways. The first was by convening a group of cultural producers for monthly meetings so that we could meet each other, learn about events that were being planned, and also to collaborate on events. And some of those cultural producers are here in the audience. And I'm happy, really, really happy to say that we began 2018 with a day-long kickoff event at the National Building Museum. It was a day-long event where we had symposia, there was artists, there were people sharing objects, and there was also the National Symphony Orchestra Quartet actually did an hour-long concert sharing songs about human rights. It was an amazing, amazing event. And also really powerful because as I'll talk about a little later, that generally when you think about DC in 1968, people aren't thinking about January through December, particularly the media. They're thinking about DC in 68 as really April 4th through April 8th. So the fact that cultural producers were able to get together and actually start an event in January, I think was really important. The second thing that I've done is to bring about this commemorative goal was also doing extensive research in archives and libraries here in the city. Doing extensive research here at the Library of Congress, at the DC Public Library, Howard University Moreland Spingarn Research Center, George Washington University, and a whole host of places. And one of the things that I've also learned as well is that there are a range of Washingtonians, individuals, but also organizations that also have archives, largely that have not been tapped. And so that's one of the things that I've been invested in doing. And so I've been reaching out to Native Washingtonians for their stories and for their photographs, because I wanted to show how engaged Washingtonians were with their city and the world around them. And of course, as has been stated before, that none of the national events, including the Poor People's Campaign and Resurrection City, could have been executed without the help of Washingtonians. And the third way, of course, is by curating the DC 1968 project, which Guha alluded to earlier. and which I developed in part to create a visually compelling counter-narrative to the hyper-focus on the uprising after the assassination of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I'm not going to do that today, and I know you have your phones off, but if you haven't already, all you can do is do a browser search for Washington, D.C. 1968 and see what comes up, see the images that come up. And so here's some slides. In honor of Father's Day, this is an image of my father, Bobby Hale, who was a native Washingtonian, a Korean war vet, and also a lifelong photographer. And I believe this is a selfie that he took of himself in 1970 with his beloved Nikon camera. So after I told him about my desire to curate 1968 for the city, he's very nonchalant. He's like, oh yeah, that's interesting. And 2 weeks later, he brings me a plain white envelope, and inside are more than a dozen color photographs that he had taken of DC in 1968, DC in April and May. And the thing that's interesting is that they were all color images, and I think that's important. His photographs offer an important visual counter-narrative to what I'm calling a problematic visual trope. I know this is academese, but you have to bear with me. A problematic visual trope often promulgated by local media outlets like the Washington Post and Washingtonian Magazine. For them, too often, DC in 1968 exists in black and white. The black and white of destroyed buildings, smoke, the National Guard, which enveloped the city immediately after the assassination of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And obviously, black and white images existed, the uprising did exist. But again, what I'm arguing is that what they show, in a sense, is that that's all that existed in DC in 1968. That's the only story that we need to know about 1968. And as we've been hearing, there's so much more. Okay. And so what they do usually, and I haven't actually put the images up again because I think that's all you see, that I don't want to participate in that perpetuation of this visual trope. So you get this little fancy design that I've done. Maybe Reginald, you'll appreciate this design. But anyways, so generally, YouTube Bruce, I apologize. So generally what you get is a black and white image, again, of sadness and bad and things that are bad. And it's contrasted on the other side with, a 2018 color image, usually, a property, something that's beautiful, and something that represents, this kind of moment of hyperdevelopment and capitalism. So again, 1968 bad, 2018 color good. But as I'm suggesting that this narrative is very narrow, it's ahistorical and problematic. We only have to look at the visual narrative power of the Poor People's Campaign in Resurrection City to educate the public about the danger of that visual trope. And this danger of the single story, I'm actually borrowing from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's work, who talks about the danger of the single story. And so here is a recent story from my DC 1968 project that beautifully, I think, links the past and the present. This is a 2018 photograph of the 1968 door insert from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference's Poor People's Campaign headquarters that was at the corner of 14th and U Streets Northwest. Does anybody who remembers 68, does anybody remember that door insert? Okay, beautiful. So Carmen Gilmore and Carol Green, who were in their early 20s in 1968, on their very first day of volunteering at the Poor People's Campaign headquarters, they met each other. Carmen Gilmore was a switchboard operator, and Carol Green was a driver. Does anyone remember Carol Green as a driver? You think you remember? Okay. So on that day, they became fast friends in a friendship that's lasted for more than 50 years. And on that day was the beginning of a commitment to activism that also has lasted for 50 years. So after the Poor People's Campaign ended and the headquarters closed, Green drove by the building in his red VW Beetle. And for some reason, he didn't just pass by going to his Adams Morgan apartment and just stay home. He actually drove home, went and grabbed his tools, and drove back to the building to what I'm calling liberate the door. The door insert, for some reason decided not to take the door, but he somehow was able to take the insert out of the door, and he drove it back home in his Beetle. and he's kept it for 50 years. I mean, it's unbelievable. And actually, just a few months ago, he donated it to the Smithsonian Institution. So I think it's a wonderful story. And so here is my project. This is a screenshot of my project and featuring images that I use and stories that I wrote about from the 11th through the 14th of May. So the first story, I think that's on your right, is a photo of a car with a sign on it that reads "People Power equals Black Power." And this photograph was taken in front of the 12th and U Street office of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which was just 2 blocks from the Poor People's Campaign headquarters. The second image is Poor People's Campaign participants walking toward the official opening of Resurrection City on the 13th. And the third is actually a speaker, and hopefully maybe someone here in the audience might recognize who the speaker is, because I haven't been able to do so yet. But this is someone who is one of the speakers at the Mother's Day rally that took place at on the 12th of May at Cardozo High School. And I don't know how well you can see it, but Harry Belafonte's spouse is there at the rally. Coretta Scott King is there at the rally. I believe Johnny Tillman of the National Welfare Rights Organization, a whole range of people were there. It was an amazing event with thousands of people, again, taking place at a public high school here in DC. And the rally was hosted by the National Welfare Rights Organization. And the final photo is a car emblazoned with the Poor People's Campaign poster. Any of you veterans have a copy of the poster, of that original poster? You think you do? Okay. I'll talk to you later. You have one too? Oh, perfect. And here are a couple more images. As I said, that my project as a whole is really trying to highlight DC as a city and the Native Washingtonians who were here at that time. So on the left is a cover of the 1968 yearbook from McKinley High School. Carmen Gilmore was a graduate of McKinley High School from 1966. And I think yearbooks are important because they're actually a product of student work. They're a piece of ephemera, and even inside the photographs that the students decide to take, what they decide to focus on really gives you insight into what was happening in that year. And also what's important about McKinley High School as well is that they had a chapter of the Black Student Union. The DC public school system actually had a Black student union at a time when the public school system was 90% Black, which I think is telling. That this was a moment, in Black power, civil rights, and a whole range of things going on, and that even in a school, in a city where the mayor commissioner was Black, many of the teachers were Black, that the students still felt that it wasn't Black enough. That they're needed, in the sense that it wasn't Black focused, it wasn't Black centered. They weren't learning necessarily Black history and African history and culture, African languages, and so this is what they were pushing for. At the same time, the students at McKinley Tech also started a freedom school at the nearby Langley Junior High School. Okay, and then the second one is the Bell Vocational High School yearbook. And unfortunately, I don't know that much about Bell, but it was another technical high school in the city. And then the final 2 images are images that took place both inside and outside of the Justice Building in early June. And I'm not sure if you can see, but someone wrote graffiti on the Justice Building that says, "No justice here." And so I'm going to leave you with an upcoming story that I'll be doing about Solidarity Day. And I love this theme that we've been having about Solidarity Day because this fits in perfectly, that I'll be featuring on my site on the 19th of June. It is a story inspired by the Boston family, which is a local family of Native Washingtonians. Ms. Boston, the mother, is in the back with a green dress on. And then next to her is her oldest daughter, Taquina Boston. And up in the front with the beautiful hair bow ties and the flower dress is Mashawn Boston, who actually wrote a wonderful article for the Washington City paper about DC in 1968. And this is her at a birthday party. And Taquina, the 14-year-old, wrote in her red diary a Christmas present from her mother. She wrote in this diary every single day in 1968. And she generously agreed to share several of her her diary entries with the project, with me. In fact, the very first story and photograph for my project features Taquina reading from her very first diary entry on New Year's Day. And so what I'm going to share with you is a very short clip of a recording of her reading from her diary entry on 19 June, on Solidarity Day.
June 19, 1968. Today my sister and I bought ice cream. I didn't go out today. I watched the Solidarity March on television. 75,000 people were gathered as the beginning of the war on poverty. Mrs. King sang, politicians, union men made speeches, and there was entertainment. I wish I'd gone, but my mother wouldn't let me. I jumped rope with my sister. Liz Taylor paid for an ad for gun control, and 4,000 celebrities signed a petition. In the ad, Bobby Kennedy is walking in the fields with his dog. I'm reading more of the Bible and Profiles in Courage. I marked up Travels with Charlie.
Thank you.
June 19th.
She was 14. Yeah.
Thank you all. It's been wonderful to be on the panel with you. And again, my name is Sharon Rebar, and I work at the Cairo Center for Religion, Rights, and Social Justice, which is housed at Union Theological Seminary in New York City. And kind of the cornerstone of our work has been the Poverty Initiative, which was kind of the precursor of the Cairo Center. And when asked to be part of this discussion today, of why the Poor People's Campaign, both of 1968 and now, is important to me. It's hard to narrow that answer for me because it's something that I've been really working on for the last 15 years of my life. That's a lot shorter for some of you that were at 68. But I think that this is a very important moment in our country to remember that moment as well as what is happening now. And I think over the years, the Poverty Initiative, we've had a mission that was to unite, to develop and unite religious and community leaders to build a broad social movement to end poverty led by the poor. And with that mission, the role of the Poor People's Campaign and the history of that 68 campaign has been a history that we've in detail studied over the years and really have been a continuation of that work. As I came into the organization in 2004, I was met by a movement that had formed out of the welfare rights work, that had formed out of homeless organizing in this country, and that had, that was still not, hadn't lost that spirit of the 1968 campaign and was one of those continuing aspects. And it's interesting in this moment, as we've been working to build this campaign over these last 15 years and 20 years and 40 years, that this has been a continuation. And going around the country and asking people, had they heard of the Poor People's Campaign before? And how many people had not, right? We've learned the lessons from the civil rights movement and from Dr. King. But those last years, especially, in his role in bringing folks together across racial lines and being able to make these deep connections between the role of racism, systemic racism, and poverty and militarism at that moment, had been, largely not discussed. And as we were talking about that among folks that are in poor communities and recognizing, as folks have said, that more and more of us are falling into poverty, and that's the reality that we're in, and it's how essential it is to understand our history and to know what we can learn from that, and that we know that time and time again, movements that have been trying to bring people together across racial, geography, religious lines, tried to be suppressed in this country and around the world. And so, to have this opportunity to think about why that movement was so important and why we're taking it up again today, I'm glad to be able to do that in this space because I think it's something that we need to both be doing in the streets and in our communities, but also in the major institutions of our country, because that's, across the board, we need to be having these conversations. So I just appreciate being able to be here. And so, I really wanted to just, be able to talk about the relationship that we've had with this history and what we're trying to do now in building a Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival today. One of the things I think was mentioned in this morning's panel, and something that we've really learned from the history of the campaign, it wasn't just about coming to Washington, right? It was, about the next steps of that work, continuing to build the organizing work out there around the country. And I think Dr. King, reflecting in his Where Do We Go From Here speech, had talked about, reflecting on what the successes of the civil rights movement had been up to that point, and really seeing how, some of the efforts to organize had been able to take advantage of, key moments and to dramatize the conditions that were happening and the contradictions that were happening. But he also said what was the next step needed was to be able to build a systemic, organized structure across the country that could hold that continued organizing and continue to connect the work that was going on. And I think that's what, we're picking that up now and seeing, that in this Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, the video that you all got to see this morning were just a few of the powerful voices and a few of the stories that are out there of people in this struggle organizing right now. And how do we take this moment to really start to bring those efforts together is something that we are trying to do, and that we know there is a need for right now. We're thinking of how are we in building a movement of movements and not just a moment, right? We talked this morning, that it's not just, it's not a failure of you don't accomplish something and then we've lost, the goal, but that there's this continuation that is happening, and we are right now in a moment where something really powerful is coming together, and we see movements wanting to build on one another. And so I say this and want to again lift up this idea that I think Anna, you mentioned earlier too, that there are 140 million poor folks in this country, and those numbers, as Mark, you said, are just, the tip of the iceberg, right? There are so many more that are actually not recognized by the current ways that we are able to define poverty right now in this country. And that, that means 1 in 2 Americans right now, even by those standards, are experiencing these conditions. And we know how much those are connected to what we're lifting up, as King did, the connections of racism, militarism, and poverty, and also what we've continued to recognize is the role in so many of the communities out there of ecological devastation and how much impact that is having on people. But I think the one thing, that thinking about that monument, the image of that staring down at us, is also this piece of it's not an issue of scarcity and the scarcity for the sake of scarcity, that we don't have enough. But what this is recognizing, and what King was recognizing then, is that it's scarcity in the midst of abundance. We have the ability to end poverty. King said, do we have the will to do that, right? And that's really what we're suggesting, is that, that we have the ability to actually end poverty and to end systemic racism and to re-examine how we are using our military budget and all of these things for what we need is the role of and the rights and the dignity of people all across this country. And so really what, in this current campaign, how do we start to shift people's understanding of that, to shift the narrative? And one of the expressions we've used over the years in our work is that movements begin with the telling of untold stories, and how powerful, seeing that video this morning of hearing those stories that were told. And it's not just about the story, but it's also someone else sitting and listening to that story recognizes, I'm experiencing that too, right? And that this isn't just about me coming as an ally, it's not just about me supporting this movement, but that we all have a role and that we are impacted in some way by these things. And so kind of segueing into one of the roles that I'm playing currently in the campaign and the work that we're trying to do in thinking about how culture also holds this. How are we telling these stories, and the importance of some of the other panelists in talking about, you know, the role of documentation, the role of the images, the role of how we even shape these stories, is something I just wanted to share a little bit about what we've tried to do with the current campaign in the context of this movement. And so just a few clips here, images to share. And actually the first video is also kind of a continuation of how do we, you know, continue to document these stories and share them out. But in February, kind of leading up to this current 40 days, sorry, I'm actually gonna backtrack for 1 second. So just to say that kind of before coming to right now, as folks may know, that we're in this 40 days of action. You know, and I've said that this has been a continuation of years of work, but even within that continuation, over the last 2 years has really been an effort to, you know, do a series of tours, a series of trainings, a series of, you know, getting people ready to be taking part in these 40 days. And so starting last August, we had actually launched a series of organizing trainings to start to actually build how are we going to continue to sustain this, to bring organizations together, to bring religious leaders with impacted people, with students, with all of these groups so that we could actually come together and build this movement. And so we had gone to 15 cities from August through November, and not just major cities, but also small cities, bringing together rural and urban, you know, thinking about the role of states in this, that it's not just, you know, not just DC, but also how do you think of not just being in Chicago or in New York City, but also that we're going to be going to our state capitals and needing to reach across the geography scope. And so in that process, you know, really having really having a chance to start to sit and listen to what was happening all across this country, to hear the impact of what these conditions are having. And so as a continuation for the cultural world, in February, we had actually convened as people had come in through that process. Now over 40 states are involved in this campaign. And in February in Raleigh, North Carolina, we convened artists, cultural workers, cultural organizers, documentarians, to start to seed, you know, how we were going to be able to communicate what was actually happening, that it wasn't just one spot that this movement was happening, but it was all over the country, that there are so many leaders that are raising up. And so we had musicians, we had documentarians, photographers, and videographers. We had visual artists that came together from each of those states to be able to start to think about, during this 40 days, how would we carry out the message? How would we help amplify our voices? And as artists, knowing that we weren't just, again, supporters of this movement, but that we were telling our stories and that these things were impacting us too. And so, you know, these are just a few of the images of that convening of the broad group of ages, of different cultures, different places, you know, of people coming together from across the country, that we're starting to, you know, as we talked about what happened in that soul tent in 1968, to share some of our stories and cultures, to be able to be what is uniting us in this movement. And so we did several things of being able to create songs for this movement, as Maggie had mentioned earlier, that we've taken one of the old songs, and Yara will talk about this shortly, of Everybody's Got a Right to Live, and making that relevant for today, but also, you know, continuing to learn some of the old movement songs as well as create new songs for this moment. You know, able to create some of the, you know, the visual messages that can really resonate with people, and how that are we able to, as we start to build across the country, when you're out there organizing and then being able to reflect, especially with having social media today, you start to identify, right, what is the visual identity of a movement and what are the messages that speak to our hearts and move people's minds in this society. And then again, with the documentarians, how is it not just the one image that that major media is going to show you, but knowing that these actions, these activity, the organizing that's happening all over the country is actually documented so that we know the multiplicity of stories that are out there. And then just even looking at these images, these are some of the images that have emerged as part of this movement to see, you know, even in Brandon's face here, like the urgency and passion that is in that, like that we know that the role of culture, not only today in bringing us together and grounding us right now, but in 50 years from now, what people will remember and see, that we see that through these living images. And so, Sarah here. And you know, and being able to create, even we actually made music videos for folks to be able to learn the songs of the movement around the country. I think, you know, it's one of, Yara will talk more about the music, but I think it's one of the pieces that in some ways we've lost over the years of, you know, how do we sing together? How do we actually hold each other in community in that way, and to be able to lift our voices in one voice, one band, one sound, as we say. And again, just how are we getting our messages out when we know that mass media is not going to continue to put what we're trying to do out there. So I'm wrapping up here and going to turn it over to Yara to keep going with how we're working through the culture. But you can kind of see how these pieces have started to emerge in different actions across the country, and having a very living movement, and being able to express the stories of those most impacted in this work, and to call others to be part of it. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you all. Good evening, or good afternoon. And I am very honored as well just to be in this place with so many wonderful people, everybody included. I would have to say that when I think about the 1968 campaign and how it moved me to do what I'm doing, I have to go back to a snapshot of the day that I heard the announcement on the TV that Dr. King was killed, and the reaction that my mother had as she was ironing my father's white shirt. She dropped the iron and screamed. And I just remember staring at the TV and looking back at her. And she ran out into the street, and the neighbor met her from across the street. "Did you hear? Did you hear?" And I remember climbing up on the bed and looking out the window as these women wept in the streets. And my father coming home and just being this strong, silent World War II veteran who really didn't show a whole lot of emotions. He broke, he broke. And this history wasn't really taught to us in schools. We didn't hear much about the Poor People's Campaign. That was conveniently just kind of smoothed over, it was glided over. But thankfully, we had parents who made sure that we read, and they taught us this history. And in teaching us this history, the one thing that they made sure we did was that we sang. And they were planting something in us then that would manifest now. So imagine, if you would, a young child playing with her friends, and they're singing Rockin' Robin by the Jackson 5. And we're going around taking turns singing songs, and it's my turn. And I think all the good songs have been taken. I know one. And as a kid, I belled out, "Soon we'll be done with the troubles of the world." The kids going, "What?" No, that's not the good part. Then I get to the part, "I'm going home to live with God." And they're going. And that was the expression around like that. But those were the songs that we were taught to sing, and they were teaching us a history while they were teaching those songs. And now I realize that they were trying to preserve those songs, just like our ancestors have preserved the songs before them. So I started singing with my sister. I was 5, she was 8, and I ended up singing in the church. But what I heard in the messages of Dr. King and what my mother and father taught me didn't really align with what I was hearing in the church at that time. It didn't have that radical edge to it. So I became the radical of the church. That didn't last too long. And so I moved from the church to actually doing community organizing, and that felt a little more comfortable for me. I was like, yeah, I can be a little bit more radical. I would be the one who would lead a group of students out of the cafeteria because we had corn instead of green beans. Let's do this. So eventually, I'll fast forward, I began working with Repairers of the Breach after working with several organizers and organizations, And I began working with Repairers of the Breach. And in 2015-16, we did what was called the Moral Revival Tour. And we went to 27 states and pretty much teaching through the component in Polis, Moral Political Organizing Leadership Institute Summit, which is the component that lends support and tools to moral organizers. And this support helps them to do moral analysis, moral articulation, and then moral activism. And so we're going to take a drop box. And from that, we'll drop down to the cultural arts. And we use those same strategies to engage artists across the country. And we talked about moral articulation, where it involved music. We talked about how do we implement this music? You know, how do we analyze the music? So using that strategy and the theomusicology strategy, which is the study of music informed by religion. And so when we talk about the theo part of that musicology, it is really talking about what is the nature of the God of our understanding? What is the nature of goodness if you don't have a particular faith? What is the nature of our better angels? And now let's take this music and let's weigh them to see how can we pull the goodness from this music? How can we serve humanity? How can we lift each other through this music? So eventually we joined with Kairos and we found ourselves on tour again. Going back to some of the same states, but then adding a few, and using this same component to engage even more artists. We were very intentional about the fusion part of this, very intentional about including the youth, because we wanted to make sure that that generation gap that everybody talks about was closed, and that we would not be guilty of having that breach when the next generation comes along to fight. So Dr. T.V. Reed said in his book, The Art of Protest, that there's a way to bridge those gaps. And he gave the example of taking the music from the 50s and the 60s and implementing this music into our current movements. And what that does is it gives people like my grandmother, my mother, a sense of assurance that they still have a place in this movement. And then by turning the music over to the young people, who, as Sharon said, put a little spin to it, it gave them a place and an opportunity to talk with the older people and to learn that history and to respect where those songs came from. So what we ended up with at this retreat were artists who came with all these brilliant ideas, all these wonderful sounds and wonderful beats and wonderful tones, and we put them all together. Now, what you're going to see in this video, I didn't show you the piece that's going to blow your mind, but I'm going to ask you to go back and look at it. How many of you remember the song Fight the Power? So you are of a particular age. You are of a particular age, so am I, if you remember that song. And so when we sing, let me back up a minute, because speaking of particular age, so we know that, and this is what we teach across the nation, that we have to engage artists, because artists have this wonderful ability to change the distorted moral narrative that exists right now. Because people will sometimes listen to music before they'll listen to the message, right? The music will draw them. I'll give you an example. Moral Mondays. I was walking onto the grounds of Moral Mondays, and a lady came running towards me. Yara, Yara. She fell into my arms, literally, fell into my arms crying. I said, what in the world happened to her? And she's saying, you all saved my life. I said, okay. She says, no, you really, literally saved my life. She said, I'm a battered woman. I've been hiding my bruises under my clothes. She said, I wrote my suicide note, and I was ready to call it a day. And I was walking 3 or 4 streets over, and I heard the music. And I followed the music here. And she said, and you all were singing, hold on just a little while longer. I broke with her, of course, because I'm just a bag of water anyway. But to hear the power that that music had in that moment, that saved her life, knowing that she would live another day to fight, and that she would help save somebody's life. So you see the power of music, the power of the arts? We like to say that music does what Dr. Wyatt T. Walker says, and it creates collective effervescence. And Dr. T.V. Reed says it creates a place for collective identity. Now, if you are of that certain age, you'll know that the collective effervescence is the fizz to the plop plop. So if you laugh.
That's a good one.
Right?
Yeah.
So the other thing, the thing that happened that was magical at this retreat was that we got to engage in moral activism, moral activism, because after this retreat, we went out to the HK the Moral March on Raleigh, and we lifted our voices and we raised our banners, and we pretty much raised the roof that day. And to see all of these artists who had never sung together ever come together and create that kind of energy that moved so many people. Now, in that song, Fight the Power, there was, and those of you will know, Sharon's laughing because those of you who know that song know that it's hip hop. Well, in the middle of that song, a young man from Kentucky broke out his banjo and did a solo. And it worked. It worked. So that's the power of fusion. That's the power of music. Let's look at this first clip. So the first clip is between breaks. This is a clip of all the artists who came together to sing this song that was written by Lou Aya of the Peace Poets, who will be performing tonight at Bloom Bars. Okay. And so we encourage artists. That was a song that was created, and so many songs were born. So many songs were born in that time. People went away with inspirations that come back now to us as songs. So this next clip is an example of how we are very intentional about closing that gap and about the fusion that happens in the music, and that it echoes the movement. And we always say that whatever we sing has to echo the message of the movement. This is how we create the one band, one sound. When across this whole country, we know that we're singing certain songs on this week. We know that for the next action, we have a song book that we can go to and that everybody is singing those songs. And when the cameras pan in, they hear in North Carolina, I am not afraid. Or they hear in California, I am not afraid. And then they start to understand they really must not be afraid. They really, yeah, and they're organized. So that's the power of organizing through music. But let's take a look at that clip. And this is at the end of the rally. Do you hear the banjo?
Now to you live. I'ma tell the truth without the sugar. We gon' break it down for you like cannibalism. What's it gonna take to dismantle the present system? Take back your wisdoms, take back your wisdoms. We talking racism, sexism, ableism, classism, heterosexism, genderism, ethnocentrism, a colorism. Get free from all the isms. So say we don't need them. Get free from all the isms. Say we don't need to say fight for power. Say fight for power. Say fight for power. Say fight for power.
Powerful.
Cool. And so if you're an artist out here and you have a voice, or you're a visual artist, you're a song leader, you're a potential song leader, you're a shower song leader, it doesn't matter. The advice that I like to leave to artists is, for singers, the acoustics are terrible in the grave. Leave it all here. The acoustics are terrible. Visual artists, the lighting is terrible in the grave. Do what you have to do here to help change this narrative.
That was amazing. Let me turn it back over to the panel and see if you all have any thoughts or questions for each other, and then we'll entertain one or two questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Two things, well, three things. That was, I am suppressing the words I want to use. It was really good. What you said about color, I want to defend color a little bit. Because in the 1960s, there was no place to publish color. You couldn't develop color in your darkroom. I have a book of color photographs coming out this year. Photographs I took 1964 to 1974. It's the first time I've found a publisher who is, these are photographs I took in Texas prisons, which is what most of my work is. And so it's the first time, so people took color, I took some. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I took it just in case. And finally I got lucky, but a long time later. So I like what you did, but I want to defend the guy shooting, the photographers. The other thing is preachy. I've been listening to all of this, and I think of a very famous line of Kierkegaard's, life is understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. And I keep hearing about the things that were done and things that came out of it and things that are happening now. And I must tell you, I am very excited. And I want to thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
And I just want to defend myself. The only thing I mean, black and white photography is fabulous. Color photography is fabulous. All I was attempting to say is that the ways in which the media, some media can use that. And so what I was suggesting is that oftentimes what you find is that the media will contrast black and white photography alongside color photography as a way to say that, again, that 1968, which was mostly in black and white, meant bad, and that color photography, the future, means good. And so I'm trying to say that that's a visual trope that's used, and thinking about how do we learn our lessons. And so that's what I'm trying to push back against. But I mean, the photography that you do is amazing, whether it's black and white or color. So that's all. Good save.
Hang on. Do you think colorizing those old 1968 photos, or maybe presenting the current photos in black and white together with 1968 and now, is something to change that narrative?
That's a really, really great question. Probably as a historian, I probably would not, and maybe even as a curator, I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of it, except maybe in a deliberate kind of curatorial space. Like if there's a way to kind of use it in a way that you're acknowledging to the public that you're doing it, to try to play with that visual trope. But one of the things that I am interested in doing and hoping to work with some folks here is to kind of play with this visual trope a little bit, is to pair 1968, different kinds of 1968 with different kinds of 2018. So for example, to Queen of Boston, you know, how wonderful it would be to have an image of her in 1968, you know, as a 14-year-old, and an image of her now in 2018, who actually works for social justice and equity with the Unitarian Universalist Church. You know what I mean? So you can see that the way that she was impacted by the Poor People's Campaign in '68 continues today. So that would be kind of what I would be interested in, is pushing back against the visual trope and just showing, or let's see, another example might be, showing Carmen Gilmore and Carol Green in 1968 as friends, and showing them today still as friends. So that would be the way that I'd play with that visual trope. But that's an interesting idea. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask, I was curious, this is to both panelists, both panels.
Both panelists.
Both photographers, probably.
The panel earlier, you were and you as well. I know, I was wondering if the folks from the campaign today could speak to some of the international connections that are being made with movements worldwide. And also I was curious if there's lineage to or connections with 1968 international solidarity or movements that were connected to the campaign then.
Do it then or now? That's a good question. Then? Do you want to do then first? Oh no. So I would, just for the now, I guess, you know, I think we are actually doing work with international folks, including that we actually had a crew of international leaders that were with us this past week on this week on labor and housing, and we had representatives from 5 countries that joined us on Monday here in DC, from South Africa and Argentina, as well as Mexico and where am I missing? So Venezuela, Brazil, thank you, from the MST, yes, the Landless Workers Movement. So other social movements in other countries that we've been connecting with and learning from and sharing lessons of the work that's happening here. And I think it's really important, you know, that we've learned a ton of lessons from international movements, but also I think in folks coming here to understand, you know, what everyday people in the U.S. are dealing with here, because what's put out in media around the world is not that that problems are happening here. So the leaders, like in meeting with them kind of after, we had a session on Tuesday where folks testified, some of them that were featured in the video you saw, testified in front of Congress on Tuesday. and the international leaders that were here, having a chance to meet other poor folks from around this country, and just, you know, being able to hear those stories and to be like, oh, like we can build solidarity on this. That's really important to be able to have those connections.
And also, a few months ago, we were in Rome, Italy, with some international leaders around labor, and they were very interested in the campaign, and we were able to present the campaign to them, and to have them really embrace us was absolutely wonderful. And in a couple of days, we're off to England, where they are very much interested in hearing just how the campaign works, and they're in full support as well.
That existed, I think, in full force in the late 60s too. I mean, I just happened to rediscover tapes I made in 1967 and 8 with Angolan freedom fighters who were here then from the MPLA. But there were connections all the time. I mean, that was part of what was going on at that moment in 68, while there was such a revolutionary fervor, it was all over the world. It was Western Europe, it was liberation movements in Africa, it was what was happening in South America, it was Cuba, it was meeting with the Vietnamese, you know, so yeah, so that I think existed. I mean, that's part of the movement, was to connect those things. I think is important.
You know, and also the Caribbean. You know, no accident that Stokely Carmichael was from Trinidad and Tobago. But I think, thank you for the visuals and also for the music. But I think the other thing that we saw at the Poor People's Campaign were performing artists from theater and movies. You know, Robert Culp, Sidney Poitier, you know, Harry Belafonte, et cetera. And I'll never forget Bill Cosby, most definitely. You know,
I couldn't resist leaving that one in.
Yeah, but the funniest one was Dick Gregory, because when Dick got there, he had been called by SCLC to come in, you know, and he got there and he said, "Man, I got there and there was riots going on, people with cars turned over, flames and everything, and I saw these brothers, quote, looting the store, carrying this big couch out of the store, and I tried to do my thing and say, 'Brothers, where are you going with that couch?' And the biggest one said, 'We psychiatrists and we going on the house party.'"
Can I say something? I hate to change the subject. That was so good. I mentioned a list of things going on before, and there's one I forgot that's really important. In 1971, September, the Attica Uprising. Because the guys in Attica who did that, who organized that, I knew them. They're just like the guys who were doing the stuff on the street. They're the same age, come out of the same class, same background, and have the same interests. If you look at their demands, basically, it's the same thing they're after. More than one roll of toilet paper a month, decent food, decent living conditions, being treated fairly. So that's part of that whole thing, too.
And also Victoria Hall's play, On the Mountaintop, partially inspired by the Poor People's Campaign. The last day of King's life, in room 306 in the Lorraine Motel. And you think it's a maid coming in, it's something other than a maid. So that young lady is, what, in her 30s now? And very much inspired by what we're talking about.
Okay. Yes.
Hi. I'm curious, and this might be more of a discussion between the old and the new organizers. Washington, D.C., I mean the past and the present.
It's okay.
I apologize. Washington, D.C. provided a lot of support, materials, wood, right, food. And what are you seeing today in the D.C. residents, and what are you experiencing? Are there gaps in that, how can we assist further as residents? And then also, maybe in 1968, beyond MLK's assassination and the riots, like what was moving the residents to actually participate so much?
Beats me. Do you know?
Well, I mean, I'll take a shot. I mean, I think that. Well, there was a movement happening, and people in D.C. were part of the movement. I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on. I mean, U Street now is not U Street then, in terms of who lived there and what was going on. SNCC headquarters, Panther headquarters, they all were on U Street. We started the Liberation News Service here. That was in D.C. at the time. Washington Free Press. There were all these movement activities happening. So, I mean, people were involved, and they involved generations of different generations and stuff, crossing white and black lines as well, because D.C. was mostly white or black back then. And, yeah, so I think it was a movement. And so you always had this kind of layers of stuff happening, no matter what city you were in. I think that's maybe the difference today than...
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that the thing that may happen in today's Washington is that the metropolitan area is likely to be as involved as the city, because we have in Arlington, we've got little Addis Ababa, we've got little Saigon, we've got all these, quote, immigrant communities who have started to organize themselves and who recognize the legacy of this for their future, especially in the current political environment. So I think the metropolis is different now than it was then. D.C. is more gentrified, and in some places that's a good thing. That can be potentially a good thing for the movement, but it also can be a problematic thing, because I think the connections to faith and the connections to some of the cultural institutions are not what they were in 1968. So yeses and nos.
In terms of what DC is offering and resources, you've offered some amazing artists to us. And our bass player, every Sunday night, is in the building, for mass meetings. He's in there with his upright bass guitar. And so we've been able to pull from those artistic resources here. And that's been major.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the events that we've had here in DC are being housed by different churches and community spaces, and so I think that is important. The one thing I think that there's also a local DC metropolitan coordinating committee that is working to do outreach in this area, and recognizing that there's a kind of different reality here in DC, that there's part of the national, but also really wanting to have local organizing that's happening be foundational in the campaign, as in the States. But the other piece, just quickly, in terms of, Maggie, your question, I also think we're at a different moment in the Poor People's Campaign now than we were in '68. In '68, we were coming from years of organizing together, and it was, kind of not a culmination, because that organizing still was going on. But I think we're at a more beginning stage right now, and so I think now is a great time to ask that question, because I think there is so much more that we can start doing to organize together. And so just to notice that it's a different stage, and so how we can take advantage of that, starting to seed, how do we plant the seeds now that can continue to grow? Because we're just at the start of this campaign, and this 40 days is a launch, and so looking to be able to continue to build with folks here.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop right now because we're coming up on the end of our time, but I was hoping to get Yara and Sharon to take us out in a song, which would make a great transition to our summary speaker, the Reverend Dr. Liz Theo-Harris. And while I'm at it, I wanted to put in a plug for a wonderful exhibition. My colleague and friend, Kelly Navies from the National Museum of African American History and Culture, who's right there in the audience, oral historian, is part of the wonderful team of colleagues who have this exhibition of the Poor People's Campaign at the Museum of American History. So all of you who are here really need to go avail yourself of doing that. NMAHC has been, and here's a shameless political party-paid political announcement, the NMAHC has been our partners at the Library of Congress with the Civil Rights History Project. And you can see some of the videos, including testimonials from members of the poor people who came here in 1968, mostly the Latino contingent for the 1968 campaign. Those are available and on our website, our joint websites. And so that's a part of what, I wanted to bring this back full circle to what John Fenn started out the morning with today about how do cultural institutions of cultural memory, if you will, sustain these kinds of memories, these kinds of histories for the benefit of future audiences. And I think Nick and Maggie and Maria and others have alluded to the fact that we are part of that effort going forward to make sure that future generations don't forget what's come before. So with that being said, as I said, that's my paid political party announcement. Let me get, if I prevail upon Yara and Sharon to take us out.
Everybody's got it. Okay. Well, the first thing we're going to ask is, and we say this in the movement, is that we stand together. And the reason that we do that is because we stand together. Right? And we always have to do a check of the room. That's everywhere. We're not picking on you. Where are the altos?
Altos?
Altos. Where are the sopranos? Where are the tenors?
You're like, I'm going back.
Bass baritone, and the people we love so dearly. I have no idea. Now, it never fails that every time we ask that question, some of the same people who raised their hands before go up again. So that was your moment of confession. And I have to leave this tip. If you're a little shy about singing in public and you're in the shower, especially if you have tile on the floor, turn that shower on full force and listen to that applause.
There you go.
And you can sing as loud and wrong as you want to. It's okay because you have a captive audience. Okay? So you're going to, Sharon?
Everybody's got a right to live. We were talking about, bridging then and now. So we're going to take us out with everybody's got a right to live.
And be careful for that that little piece that the young people tagged on. So when the call comes, everybody's got a right to live.
To live.
Everybody's got a right to love.
To love.
Everybody's got a right to learn.
To learn.
How loud can we get before we get thrown out? Really? How,
We're about to get a little loud in here.
A little, okay, all right.
He's going to close the door.
Can we start? Here we go. Everybody's got a right to live.
Everybody's got a right to live. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. 'Cause everybody's got a right to live. Everybody's got a right to live. Everybody's got a right to live. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. Everybody's got a right to live.
Everybody's got a right to live.
To live.
Everybody's got a right to love.
To love.
Everybody's got a right to learn.
To learn.
Everybody's got a right to dream.
To dream.
Everybody's got a right to live.
To live.
Everybody's got a right to love.
To love.
Everybody's got a right to learn.
To learn.
Everybody's got a right to.
Everybody's got a right to live. Everybody's got a right to live. And before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail. 'Cause everybody's got a right to live. Woo!
Thank you. Thank you. If I could, Dr. Reverend Liz Theo Harris is coming up to stage.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. So it's really good to be here with folks. I wanted to do one quick thing. So who here has some personal connection to the 1968 Poor People's Campaign? So we just need to give those folks a huge round of applause. We are standing on great shoulders. So it is really humbling to be here, especially to be with folks that were a part of such an important moment in this country's history. So, you know, we give huge thanks for the folks that were on the front lines and for the folks that have documented that history and made us so we cannot forget it. So I am Reverend Dr. Liz Theo-Harris. I am one of the co-chairs of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. The other co-chair of the campaign is Reverend Dr. William Barber out of North Carolina, and he is in Michigan and Chicago today and sends his love and regards. He was in Kentucky yesterday, and as Yara said, we'll be heading to Liverpool, England tomorrow. So there's a lot of moving around that's going on right now. But we are on week 5 of 6 weeks of what we call nonviolent moral fusion direct action. So the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, comes out of years of organizing, years of learning and studying, years of poor people kind of rising up. And so from the tens of thousands of families whose water have been shut off in Detroit, Michigan, to the family members of people who have died because of the lack of health care in Alabama and North Carolina and Vermont and all over this country, to the thousands of immigrants on our nation's border crying out for hugs, not walls, and actually going into the Rio Grande and hugging their family members in that water, to the families in Lowndes County, Alabama, right in between Selma and Montgomery, the home of the Black Panther Party, but who in 2018 still do not have sanitation services, and there is raw sewage in people's yards. A third of the population has parasites, parasites that people thought were eradicated, but have reemerged because of climate change, to homeless encampments in Washington State and Oregon. Poor people across this country have been crying out, are still crying out, and are coming together that we want to be free, and that we need a Poor People's Campaign. We need a moral revival in this land to make this country great for many that it has never yet been. And so we see right now a moral movement afoot in this country. And what we know from history is when poor people and other people impacted by injustice band together with clergy and religious leaders, with activists and advocates, only then can we kind of change the course of history. So, you know, what we did before we started out with this campaign, the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, was we commissioned an audit. It's called The Souls of Poor Folk, Auditing America 50 Years Since the 1968 Poor People's Campaign. And what we found in that, and it was done by the Institute for Policy Studies and by the Urban Institute and by economists and sociologists and impacted folks and policymakers, is that today, in 2018, there are 60% more poor people than in 1968. That today, in 2018, we have fewer voting rights than we did 50 years ago. That today, in 2018, we have more deaths because of pollution and the lead in water and other kinds of things. And so what that compels us to do is to organize. So what we've been trying to do in this campaign is raise awareness that 140 million people in this country are poor and low income. That is 43.5% of the population. That 80% of people in the United States at some point in our lives will experience poverty. So this is not some small problem for some group over here. This is a major moral travesty. This is a major epidemic. and that 51% of kids living in this country right today didn't have enough food this morning. They're living in food insecure homes. Half of the kids in our country. We spend 53 cents to every dollar on the military and only 15 cents on, and those numbers have also gotten worse in the past 50 years. When Dr. King and others called for this kind of tripartite evils and taking on militarism, racism, and poverty all together, that showed that we could only get rid of one if we got rid of all of them. And what has happened over the past 50 years is that all of those things have gotten worse for people. And so we have been traveling around the country, and right now we are engaged in 40 days of nonviolent civil disobedience and organizing across the country. We launched on May 14th, and what historians have told us, this isn't what we've told ourselves, that we do announce it, like I am now, that what has been going on over the past 5 weeks is the most expansive and the largest wave of nonviolent civil disobedience in the 21st century. So that is really something, right? And that's happening in close to 40 states across the country and here in Washington, D.C. So just to say a little bit about what that has been is that, for 5 consecutive weeks, poor people and clergy, activists and advocates have marched on state capitals, have taken over state capitals, have been locked out of state capitals, have closed the streets around their capitals, singing songs like one that Ms. Yara Allen wrote, "Somebody's hurting our people, and it's gone on for far too long, and we won't be silent anymore." Sitting in the Capitol, being locked in all night, singing "We Shall Not Be Moved," being out on the streets in front of capitals, singing "Everybody's Got a Right to Live," and before this campaign fails, we'll all go down to jail as people are being carted off to jail, and still committing to, and there's been a response. So we can tell that it's being noticed. In Kentucky, 2 weeks ago, hundreds of people were denied entrance to the state capitol there. We found out, looking at history, that the NRA did a really nice rally in that state capitol not so long ago, and they got to bring their AK-47s. But when peaceful, poor clergy protesters came into the state capitol in Kentucky a couple weeks ago, they were told that they couldn't come. In New Jersey, they've been arrested before they can even get close to their capital. They've been trying to cut people short, and that's happened 3 weeks in a row now. In Arkansas, they've been getting threats that if they keep on coming, they'll be, not just banned from the Capitol, but banned from the whole surrounding area. In Kansas, when folks did nonviolent civil disobedience a couple weeks ago, on their citations, like on the violations, it called the Capitol itself the victim. And it banned people from going back to and potentially hurting that victim, that Capitol that is actually passing policies where people's lives are dying because of what's happening there. In Massachusetts, homeless vets set up an encampment right before Memorial Day that was taken down, dismantled, just like homeless encampments are being dismantled all across this country, just like Resurrection City was dismantled at the kind of conclusion of, or not the conclusion, made for, the dismantling. In New Hampshire, a bunch of white supremacist organizations came and threatened the campaign leaders there. In Mississippi, when they did their first press conference, they brought dogs on folks. When they did their third protest, someone with guns came and threatened folks. I mean, so this is 2018, right? This is folks trying to organize in Alaska. Yes, Alaska is involved. Who knew? There were people organizing in Alaska. It's amazing. At their training for nonviolent civil disobedience, someone came and bear maced them. And people said, we're going to wash off, we're going to go back, we're going to learn from history, and we're going to figure out what it looks like for people to keep on organizing. And so there is something happening in this country. There is a powerful and mighty grassroots movement that is rising up. And I have been involved in grassroots anti-poverty organizing for 25 years, and I have never seen anything like it. To see folks coming forward and committing their lives, especially folks that don't have homes, that do not have living wages, that do not have health care, that votes have been suppressed, that kids have died in their arms just because of poverty, or because of the poisoning of their water, or because of the pollution in the air. And to see folks saying, in the words of Nick Smith, who was at one of our rallies a couple weeks ago from the Fight for 15, our backs are against the wall, and all we can do is push. And just to kind of see that coming out of, and so we have learned a bunch from history, and it's part of the reason we have to honor those that have come before us. So we started with the triple evils that Dr. King was talking about, that the Poor People's Campaign was talking about, that poor people being the Achilles heel of militarism, of racism, and of economic exploitation. But in our travels across the country, as we were kind of calling for and organizing this campaign, we found that in every community that we went to that had poor folk, there was some form of ecological devastation that was impacting those people by far the most. And it became impossible, actually, to talk about these issues without then talking about the poisoning of water, the extreme extraction, the fracking that's going on, and the gas incinerators being in poor communities. And so we said, okay, well, we're going to learn from actually some of the young people that were at Resurrection City in '68, because there's some amazing quotes. People date the environmental movement to way after the late '60s, but there are powerful quotes from the '68 campaign where young people that are living at that Resurrection City say, in my lifetime, this environment is going to be a major issue. I mean, because people could see that the degrading of life and everything, how important that was. And so, but then we've also realized that what ties those four evils together, what ties systemic racism, systemic poverty, militarism and the war economy, and ecological devastation together, is a distorted moral narrative. A moral narrative that blames poor people for our problems, that tries to pit us against each other, and that claims that there is scarcity when we're living in a society in a world of abundance. And so we've said that another one of the evils that we have to take on in this day is this distorted moral narrative that is propagated by these religious Christian nationalists, and that we have to call that out, and we have to show that something else is possible, and that a new narrative is possible and coming through. So that's one of the lessons that we took. Another lesson is the need to organize and unite the poor across all the lines that divide us. And so what you see in some of the photos and some of the songs that Yara and Sharon were showing, is a multiracial, intergenerational, across geography, rural, urban, exurban, suburban, movement of people, young, old, queer, straight, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, really, it's not that it's like a kumbaya moment where everyone just grabs hands together and says, can't we all get along? But it's just that people out of suffering are seeing, who else can we band together with? And it's happening, just to be in a mass meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and have a Muslim woman doing a call to prayer at the same time that an indigenous woman is doing kind of an honoring spirit ceremony, to have folks break into tongues in the Pentecostal tradition, and to have poor white, poor black, poor Latino, poor Muslim, poor indigenous folks all saying, we're in this together. It's a powerful thing, and we have learned that that isn't easy. And we've learned that through history, and we've learned that through our experience, right? Where, but you know, I was talking to, you know, another huge piece of history that is the power of the people, right? The power of poor people to be able to make change. So we're not waiting for those in power to save us. We're not going to the national leaders and the national organizations to say, are you going to come together around these issues? This has come from the bottom up. And who has been calling for this, who are the leaders in this campaign, are just regular people, are poor people that have been suffering for a long time, organizing for a long time, but now coming together. And so one of the things that people really critiqued us for at the beginning of this campaign was, well, you don't have all the national organizations on board. And we said, we're not going there. We're going to the states. We're going to the grassroots leaders. And from there, 126 national organizations have come on board. From there, 9 or 10 major religious denominations have been on board. And what them getting on board isn't just like saying they're going to pat us on the back. What them being on board means is that their top leaders are doing the civil disobedience arm in arm with a Fight for 15 worker. And what it means is that they're having the people in their organizations figure out what it looks like to actually work on a regular basis to build from the bottom up in all the states that they have national membership. And so like what we're seeing is you know, a flipping of the script where it's not that you have big important politicians or elected or candidates or other kind of known national leaders. You have the people who are coming together. And then another piece of history is that we are organizing here in Washington, D.C. And it's happening in almost 40 states across the country. And what that looks like is that, you know, there are state coordinating committees made up of a real diversity of folks all across the country. And that we got from leaders from '68, which is that how do you build from the ground up? How do you have an actual, you know, movement with roots in the ground? Because where policies that are being passed in particular that hurt people, that have a long staying power, is in people's state capitals. And so what does it look like for us to you know, not say it's a national movement because it has a P.O. box in Washington, D.C., but it's a national movement because we're nationalizing state-based and local-based movements and connecting them and building them out. And so you know, there's something going on, and we want to invite folks to be a part of that, because what these 40 days have been is the launch of a first phase of a Poor People's Campaign and a national call for moral revival. And what we've seen is that people all across the country are ready for a long fight. The problems of 140 million people being poor didn't happen overnight. The fact that there are 37 million people without health care, that didn't happen overnight. The fact that there are 4 million households, when they turned on their water this morning, there was lead in their water, like that didn't happen overnight. So it's not going to be overnight that all of those things are going to change. It's going to need a powerful movement. And I think we learned this from history, and we learned this from today, right? And so that movement is happening. And so we've been traveling around the country and kind of uniting and organizing folks. And I've been particularly inspired by this one quote from Dr. King from the Massey Lectures in '67, when he kind of was calling for and putting out some of the ideas of the Poor People's Campaign. And he says, "There's nothing wrong with a traffic light which says that you have to stop for a red light. But when a fire is raging, the fire truck goes right through that red light, and normal traffic had better get out of its way. Or when a man is bleeding to death, the ambulance goes through those red lights at top speed. There is a fire raging now for the poor of this society. They are living in tragic conditions because the terrible economic injustices that keep them locked in. Disinherited people all over the world are bleeding to death from deep social and economic wounds. They need brigades of ambulance drivers who will have to ignore the red lights of the present system until the emergency is solved. Massive civil disobedience is a strategy for social change, which is at least as forceful as an ambulance with its sirens on full. And so what we have all across the country is thousands of ambulance drivers, thousands of people who have signed up to say that they will ignore the red lights of racism and sexism and poverty and militarism and ecological devastation, and that they will continue to do this until the emergency is solved. And that, you know, to go back and think about the role that nonviolent civil disobedience has in history, the role of poor people coming together and disrupting and calling to account the structures that are impoverishing, the structures that are killing people, and to say, not today, not on our watch. And in such a time as this, we are called, indeed, to organize. We are called to mobilize. We are called to educate. We are called to celebrate, and we are called to build a powerful movement. And so we invite everybody to be a part of this. We need everyone, especially the people that are here. And all roads at this point, because we're on week 5, lead to week 6 and lead to June 23rd, where at 7th Street on the National Mall, at that pebble gravel area, you know where it is, we will have an encampment that goes up on Sunday. And we will have cultural events, educational events, rallies, and actions happening all week. And then on Saturday the 23rd, we'll have a mass call to action rally. And people from all across the country are coming, and we need everyone. So please join us.
So that concludes our program. And thank you all so much for coming and for staying, and for our participants for sharing their experiences, their memories, and enlightening us in so many ways. It's a privilege for all of us here at the library to host you. And we look forward to seeing you again at other programs as you make your way down the mall towards that wonderful day on June 23rd. You can come by and visit us anytime you like. So thank you. Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.